Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy, out.
Unalexum raided my stream with 6 viewers.
All right, my check, cam check. What is up, y'all? Sorry for the later start tonight. My I was supposed to take like a short nap earlier today that ended up turning out to be a longer nap, but I think it's okay though. I need to listen to my body when my body tells me I need to, stay asleep or that kind of thing. So because still in recovery, so check successful. But we are here and we are going to do rapid fire. I gotta get that beauty sleep. No, but appreciate you all being here. And I do want to give you guys a heads up though tomorrow, because tomorrow is the first day of the NBA finals. I'm still gonna stream, but I will start probably a little later than usual. Like not as late as tonight, but like just kind of fair warning. I will be streaming, but I do want to watch most of the game tomorrow. Before I start though. I don't know who I got going into it. I don't know if it's gonna be Dallas or Boston. I kind of want to see Boston. Not Boston, sorry. I kind of want to see Dallas take it. But he said everybody's saying Boston in 5. Like that's a prediction, Boston in 5, but I don't know, man. I think Luka's gonna be Luka. And I guess it just depends on whether or not Kyrie like decides to wanna, how bad does he want it? I think it's gonna be the X factor there. You don't like Luka's antics on the court? I honestly like to see him get humbled. I mean, I feel like he's been more reserved in the recent or semi-recent compared to like the way he used to be. I think playing with Kyrie especially, Lucas actually spoke a lot more about like he's realizing more that there's more about like there's more to basketball or more to life than just basketball. Like I think Luke has been not as cocky in like the semi-recent, like he has been like in the past couple of years or whatnot. But I do know what you mean though. Like I do know what you mean. But I mean I don't think Tatum and Brown are any less cocky either. But I mean we'll see. Although I do like the way that bald Derek White is balling right now. I like Derek White. I like Drew Holiday a lot. Dude, man, bald Derek White hit different, man. I mean, he was decent. He was okay when he had hair, and then bro just went bald. He could shave bald, and then all of a sudden he got like a major power up, man. Porzingis MVP, you watch. I honestly. So apparently he's supposed to be playing tomorrow, right? But man, I can't. I guess see. He's so injury prone though, man. I honestly don't see him playing all the games. Am I bald? Of course. Absolutely. It's the reason why I wear this Kango hat. You figured it out, man. You figured it out. That's my secret. Dallas in 6 or 7. Oh wow. One person actually went the other way around with that. Yeah. I think it should be in a decent series, I guess. YouTube is saying Mavs in 6. Okay. A lot of what's going on. Oh, Ludo. What's going on? Yo, bro, I can switch to Heartseeker at 90 after getting on the right pieces and it's nuts. Love it. It's like boss. Lightning Sword felt in season 2. Already clearing 89 fits. It's super good. Thank you. Yeah, man, you're welcome. I love watching Kyrie play basketball. I do too, man. Kyrie's growing up, man. Like Kyrie, Dallas was like Kyrie's best situation, man. That could have happened to him, like for sure. I was listening to some recent interviews that he did about like what does it feel like to go against your previous team, Boston or whatever, and like he's had some really good mature responses, man. Like I'm actually happy for him that he's changed his narrative around for the most part, based versus the way he used to be and whatnot, and kind of admitted that he was not necessarily the greatest person when he was with Boston and all that stuff. But yeah, so it's Kyrie playing against his former team, and then Porzingis playing against his former team, right? So pushing high tier pit, which one is better, Rapid Fire or Heartseeker? So you will probably pull out less of your hair with Heartseeker, and you'll be able to go a little higher with Heartseeker. So I'd probably say Heartseeker, but yeah. Just be aware that pushing pit is oftentimes not what it sounds like. And as long as you're okay with that, I mean, either one works. But yeah, getting a bit hard and boring now. Well, at some point you're gonna have to start fishing for bosses too, mob type and bosses. So I just like to be very honest and upfront when people ask about pushing, because you're getting to the point. I mean, honestly, like anything above like 121, 122, even with like pretty good gear, starts to become fishy. And so you're starting to endure your Flurry Rogue. It's strong. It's good. It is a good build. A couple of questions on Heartseeker. Did you cap out armor on all resistances? Of course. We're not on Maxroll. We are not allowed to write guides in which we can't in which we don't cap out armor and resistances for you guys. Not having a ladder is just too boring to bit. Well, I think honestly, not having a ladder right now this season is probably a good idea. And until they can fix, I won't say fix, but until they figure out a way for a leaderboard not to be pay to win, I think it's a good idea for them to not have a ladder right now for pit. Because the last thing Blizzard needs is for people to scream pay to win on a leaderboard right now. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, a leaderboard would be nice. I'm not saying it wouldn't be. I'm all for it. But probably not at the cost of everyone screaming pay to win at the moment, because it technically would be if we had a ladder currently. Okay, so we got rapid fire project. This is actually a really good sword, so I'm hoping not to break this one. Like I normally think that everything's gonna break, but I just like to see other people with builds in the leaderboard. I like that indeed. Okay, so you just want to see what other people are doing so you can do it. That's what that is. And honestly, in D4 though, like everyone's setups for the most part is gonna be pretty similar. And then again, chances of you being able to get the exact stats that these guys have with the GAs and stuff, again, you would need to, well, like I said, pay to win. So that's kind of an issue right now. Let me get crit damage. Come on. Okay, so we actually did get a really good sword. All right. All right. So we got an okay bow. Good sword. Can we get one more good sword? I second that. How is D4 pay to win? Okay. So if you don't if you don't know them, the Maxroll leaderboard stuff, you know how we had the Maxroll leaderboard event for the pit. Most of the top players that competed in that actually paid real money for their gear. So if it means that you are barred from a prize or an event or a specific rank because someone paid real money for their gear, then technically under the definition of the umbrella of pay to win, that is pay to win. You see what I'm saying? The reason why you don't hear it too much widespread is because it wasn't a Blizzard, it wasn't an in-game leaderboard. It was a third-party leaderboard. But also understand that Blizzard sponsored or helped sponsor the Maxroll leaderboard event. So just gonna kind of tip that. They said it's real. Is real money trading against TOS of D4? It is. That's not gonna stop people from doing it. I mean, drugs are illegal, right? Does that mean people aren't gonna do it? Sell drugs? No. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's sort of I won't say it's easy to get away with it, but what I'm saying is that, like, for Blizzard, it's going to be extremely difficult to police that right now, given the fact that trading is almost completely open outside of Uber Uniques. So, is there even a reward for being top in pit leaderboards, though? Well, right now it doesn't matter. Like I just said, it doesn't matter right now because there are no in-game rewards for it right now. But the moment that they add a leaderboard and people want rewards for being a certain rank in the leaderboards, then you run into the whole pay to win thing. So that's kind of something that I don't think Blizzard really wants right now. So don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure it will come. I'm pretty sure Blizzard will do some sort of leaderboard or something, but they're probably going to have to figure out how they're going to do that without people screaming that Blizzard is all about pay to win. One solution would be solo self-found leader or solo self-found mode, where that's the mode where people are actually serious about the game, and then anyone who isn't doing solo self-found can do, well, pretty much whatever they want to, right? That's an option. But yeah, I think it was smart. I think it was a smart idea to not do an actual in-game leaderboard yet. Why not Blizzard implement in-game trading like everyone can create their market and people can come by it? I think that's probably on the way last semester. I think that's on the way. I think their focus right now is just making the base game good, and that's what they did. I don't know, man. They said trade wasn't going to be a thing, but they still put trading, so it doesn't mean. Doesn't that mean it's their fault? I mean, technically, kinda, yeah. But you have to understand, there are people who really love trading, and they get pissed off at Blizzard when Blizzard doesn't do completely open trade. But the downsides of that is because the game is crossplay. It's very easy to dupe stuff and masks and stuff like that, and then you also have things that where people will pay real money for it, and they know that. So like you create a market that is interesting. So like there's positives and negatives to both things. See what I'm saying? So you have to kind of take the good with the bad depending on the route that you go. Just see what I'm saying? So I mean, like I said, there's positives and like negatives with both sides of it, but I'm just letting you know now why leaderboards are not in the game right now for Pit, and it's probably a good idea considering how much negativity they have received around Diablo 4 up until season 4. So I think them having a positive reputation right now is probably the best thing in there. It's probably their in their best interest, and then try to figure out how to make a Pit leaderboards without there being a ton of videos being against the idea of it because people are paying real money to compete. So that's a thing that's kind of hard for them to kind of figure it out at the moment. And I do not envy Blizzard in that sentiment at all. Is there a way to farm temper manuals? They just drop. Literally, they just drop randomly. Helltide is probably your best bet. No, technically pit isn't paid to win because even if you have the best gears in D4, if you suck at the game, you won't clear those hot tier pits. Hot tier pits isn't hard for us. Like, it really isn't hard. It's patience and fishing. Like, gameplay wise, it's not really that hard. The better your gear, the easier it becomes. Because there are some builds where like that, especially that like if your gear is good enough, you can legit just sit there through everything and tank and or just sustain your way through. It's not like it was or somewhat in D3 where you there was a difference in like skill expression between like a good player and a bad player playing a good GR. Here, you can literally just outgear most of your content or whatnot. In the higher tier pits, you can legit just watch the gameplay of like all the guys who did the Maxroll pit leaderboard, and they all almost played the exact same way. So like it's not any sort of super secret thing that some of the top players are doing that the other players are not. In most cases. This isn't to say that the people who are playing who are doing the high tier pits are not skills. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the game that like high tier pits doesn't necessarily require a ton of work for the player outside of fishing and hope and praying you get the right pit boss. Because right now the right pit boss is pretty much the meta game. You get the wrong pit boss, you're not clearing, no matter how good your gear is, no matter how good you might be. There's no necro or rogue outgearing pits that removes skill expression at the moment. I mean, as a rogue player, I don't really find it. I don't find it hard pushing or doing high tier pits. It's not difficult. Like the moment that you can sustain the run all the way to the boss, it's no longer difficult anymore. And I mean, at that point, it's gear. It's not player ability. It's gear. You either have the gear to do it or you don't. You can start something. No, but like I said though, like I just said to you, like I just said, on the way to the boss, you can legit outgear the content. You can legit out-sustain anything, everything, and everything. Said, did Mippy buy his gear? I'm pretty sure he didn't, but he spent a shit ton of time trading for as good of gear as he possibly could. But he does feel very strongly that the others that competed around him were definitely real money traders, like actually bought their gear. Yeah, but the boss matters, not the rest. Well, you need enough time for the boss, right? So if you can sit there and not have to move and stay on top of the mobs and sustain, then you have a better chance of being able to kill whatever boss that you do spawn in time, because you do need time to get there. Right? So the person who can stand there and sustain is going to get to the boss faster than someone who can't. And literally, that's not skill expression, that is gear. That is literally outgearing the content. Now, of course, the boss fight, you know, you're not wrong in the boss fight. But watching a lot of the videos too, again, players are like literally just eating attacks because they can. Like most of them are in no particular danger of like losing or getting killed for most of the attacks. When you can sit there and like literally take attacks from, well, Lilith, right? Then what danger are you really in at that point? So at that point, it just becomes, okay, there's like one attack that could one shot me that I might need to avoid. All the other attacks, I can just literally just eat the attack and just out sustain it. And to me, for me, that just looks very dry and boring, because it's like, oh, I don't have to move. I can literally eat 90% of the attacks because my gear is good enough. Okay. Well, I guess I have one option. Buy better gear. If I want to keep going, buy better gear. That seems to be the play. I got Shaco and trying to use it. Is it enough to swap existing helm I have with greater lucky hit chance? It is. Just as long as you have lucky hit chance everywhere else, Ross. That's the key. First time playing Rogue here. Any recommendations on leveling build? Barrage. You beg dogs at the ass. I am. At some point I am. I promise. I am gonna get there. Okay, so we got 3 weapons. We need rings, or we kind of got some rings. This one's. Guess we can put that there. Awesome Andor Flurry Rogue. I think it's close to S tier, if not. Very high A tier, possibly low S tier. It hasn't really had its chance to prove itself yet in terms of like how high it can push in the pit or whatever. But if you remove high tier pits out of the equation, then Andorio's Flurry is definitely S tier, no question. It has yet to be determined how high it goes in the pit or whatever. I think, and I hate that that's kind of how all builds are kind of rated at the moment. It's like, well, how high can it go in like the pits or whatever? But unfortunately, that is the reality of how we rate builds. So, fortunately, I don't think we have the data yet to know how high, because obviously only very few people have played the build, and 2, it requires the Andorials. So, right, so not everyone has that yet. So. Okay, so I actually have a couple of rings that are okay, but keyword is okay. Immortal Sword is what you play when you want to not screw yourself over, because Sword became a one trick after the stupid PTR nerfs. I mean, but yeah. I mean, I'm gonna say yeah, but like, like Immortal Sword is kind of a weird thing to kind of have. Like, I don't know. I think in like high tier piss, I don't think, you know, there's. I guess I won't really talk much more about it, but I guess that there's. And again, maybe I'm expecting too much. This is an action RPG. It's definitely a gear related game, right? So I think my opinion on like stuff like that and what challenging or challenges should be it's just kind of skewed because of how I used to compete or what I used to compete in. So maybe it really isn't a problem the way it is. I guess maybe I just don't enjoy it because I wish there was more skill expression all around, like the entire way. Even Diablo 3's skill, like even Diablo 3's Greater Rifts had quite a bit more skill expression, and even then I thought Diablo 3's kind of leaderboard competition stuff was pretty shallow. But at least it was fun enough, and you can tell a big difference between someone who knew what they were doing in high GRs, regardless of gear and Paragon, versus someone who didn't. And you just simply don't see that right now in D4 yet. Keyword is yet, but who knows? Steampunk, what's going on? All right, so I don't have much Angel Breath, so I'm gonna have to still farm a bit. So once I put it together, I'm gonna have to farm again a bit. Also, this needs to kind of be somewhere. I guess we'll put this ring here. I was trying to victimize rapid fire earlier before stream or whatever. Did not work out. Like I pretty much thought it wasn't going to, but at least it was easy to put together. And to go, okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. All right, so let's see. We need to get critical strike damage first. Oof. 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 Okay, about to brick this actually really good ring. Ring of arrows damage. Don't do it to me. Okay, we got critical strike damage. A low roll, but you only have one chance to get cold in view. Can we get cold in view? Do you think there's a place for sets in the game? Honestly, I don't think we have enough items per class to really do sets. Like they'll need to add like boots, not boots, sorry, belt, maybe like wrist. I don't know. I think we need more items, so therefore we don't take up too many slots of just being set items. But I think rogue is lacking more in skill tree or more uniques. I think all classes are really lacking in the skill tree department. I think rogue is a very interesting case because yes, we got cold imbuement. All right, so we can use it. We can use it. Nice. All right, looks like we got a ring. But yeah, I think rogue is an interesting case because both archetypes are lacking skills. So if you want to play a melee rogue, you only have 2 core choices, or 2.5 core choices ish. If you're one to play a range rogue, you only have 2.5 core choices as well. So like each archetype is basically halved in terms of things that are available to them in terms of builds. So I just think that's just kind of a weird choice, considering that you legit can't play a literal, like you can't really play a literal hybrid rogue for the most part, like they are suggesting that we should. Like you have to gear in one direction or the other. The gear doesn't. The gear and the way the game is played doesn't really allow you to play a hybrid rogue in the sense of how they were designing rogue in general. It just doesn't work that way. How much attack speed and lucky hit do you need for the Heartseeker build? Go to the description under YouTube and just look up my Heartseeker guide. Bring back Q so we can use sets. I mean, I don't think they should take everything from Diablo 3. I don't think a D3.5 is really the best the best route for this game. Not saying that I think cube items are bad in a sense. I think there just needs to be a more unique way of doing something with sets if they're gonna do it. Relique, what's going on? I see. I'm surprised I got no response from Dai for linking a decade-old video of him. Oh, did you? I actually didn't even see it. Sorry, I'm trying to look at both chats right now. You think there's a place for? I just read that already. I'm still wishing for runes. I think PoE 2 would dominate D4. I'm always reserved and stuff like that. I'm always reserved in stuff like that. Like, I can't really necessarily have an opinion on that until I actually play something. Like, I can't go by what I see in trailers and gameplay vids, right? I'm having really high hopes for PoE 2, and I actually hope that PoE 2, like in general, is becomes extremely successful, because that only means that we get a better product both ways. If PoE 2 is horrible, that's bad for the D4 crowd. Just want to put that out there. If you like D4, you want PoE 2 to be great, because that forces more competition and that forces Blizzard to go, oh, well, we can't be losing that bad. We can't be losing that much audience to whatchamacallit. We need to step our game up. So competition is always a great thing. If only more people develop their own opinion instead of taking Asmon's opinion. Just look at all PoE 2 has given us. I always reserve my opinions on something until I actually play it myself. I've never been one to live by the hype, where it's like, hey, that looks like that's going to be good. And, oh, they said this and they're showing that. I'm always that kind of person where it's like, I'm always reserved until I actually have my hands on it. I need more than just looks and content creator videos telling me that it looks good or bad. Right? Either way. However, I do think that the route that they're taking the gameplay for PoE 2 seems very exciting for a player like me. So I'm excited to try what they are offering. So I have every intent on trying it. But I feel like until it's out, I can't have any actual judgment on, you know, what the actual game is going to be. Have I played it yet or been invited to play PoE 2? No. Nope. That is exactly why I have my judgments reserved, because I have not played it. You can combine chats with Restream.io. I mean, technically you can, but Twitch really doesn't like you doing that. And I've already kind of like stated my thing on that. So Twitch doesn't like you doing that. Although they're allowing us to, you know, dual stream now on YouTube and Twitch, they very clearly stated to us that they do not want us combining chats. They want the chats to be separate. Now, of course, there are some big name streamers who do it anyways, right? They do it anyways, but I'm not a big name streamer, and it's easy to ban someone that Twitch doesn't care about versus those who actually make the platform money. So I'm not about to risk it just because big names aren't getting in trouble for it. Just gonna put that out there. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I would love to do it. I would absolutely love to do it. It would be considerably easier on me if I could do it. But yeah. I think I might do speed critical right. I figure out which other ring I'm gonna do as well, because I do want to do this with and without with and without the ring. Any suggestions to farm holy bolts? I'll trade you. If you got elixir of advantage 2, if you have like a bunch of those, I would trade you holy bolts for those. So you can't trade them? You can't trade holy bolts? Okay, well, I guess, well, never mind then. You can? You can or can't? Okay, I figured you can. Okay. But yeah, Mike, cool, man. If you got some advantage elixirs, I would absolutely trade you. I don't use holy bolts at all, so in fact I stopped picking them up usually after a certain amount. So at a certain time, I'm just like, oh man, that again. So a bunch of streamers are being invited this month to play. Yeah, I'm sure they are. I could probably tell you who they are too. I think D4 would be in a better state as a more build diversity around season 8. I mean, looking at between the difference between season 1 and season 4, I mean it's already a pretty big difference. Also, if there's anything I can say about Blizzard in general, Blizzard has a very good track record of turning a game around during expansion time. So every Diablo pretty much game that has ever came out that had an expansion attached to it, the expansion has always made the game considerably better than the base game. It happened with Diablo 2, happened with Diablo 3 especially, and there's very little reason to believe that it will not happen in Diablo 4. At least if we're going based off a track record, right? If we're basing off a track record dictates that the expansion is going to be is going to do right by the game. So again, basing off a track record, but you know, we'll see. Spirit powers activate. Michael, you said you have 48 to trade. What is the cost of holy bolt elixirs on Diablo trade? Envy the Rogue, give me 1 second. A 1.1 mil a piece. Really? Oh wow, they actually. Oh man, I could have been making gold off of that. What? I ain't know. I didn't know it was like that. I was thinking maybe like 200K or something. Michael, what's your battle tag? No. What's your battle tag, Michael? Michael 54. So they say slow process. Though. Okay. I'm not as interested in like the 1-to-1 perfect trade there, but I'll take all of your advantages and I'll give you all 37 of my holy bolts. How's that? Parents, what's going on, man? You about to hit the apartment area? Nice. Wait. Yeah, because that actually saves me Angel Breast, which is honestly has been my biggest bane at the moment. Because I'm not doing nearly as many Hell Tides. Oh wow, wait, how much you want for that, Envy? No. Don't give me holy bolts. Don't give me holy bolts. Don't give me holy bolts, man. I'll take the advantage, but yeah. Keep your holy bolts, man. How much you want for that? Free? Are you positive? Anyhow, Mike, cool. Add me in the game. Okay. He gifted you 10 subs and 400 elixir. Seems good. I guess. That is that does very nicely for not having to spend money on or gold on whatchamacallit. So you think he's trying to marry me? All right. So let me ask you a question, fam. Let's get back to the. I love just chatting with y'all. Don't get me wrong. I do. But let's get back to what we're trying to do tonight, right? So, what do you guys want to see first? Me build rapid fire with the Scoundrel's Kiss ring first, or without? Oh, you're on hardcore. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I'm on softcore. Sorry. So with Scoundrel's Kiss first. With to farm better. Okay. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. We'll start with, so you guys can watch me play whack-a-mole, I guess, with rapid fire. Okay. All right, so I guess we need to use our best ring here first, right? So this one here. Bow, sword. Okay, so let's make sure we don't mess up our gear here. What's today's event? Supposed to be like a goblin thing. Streamer privilege. I mean, people sometimes do give me things, but I never ask. I definitely never play onto it and or ask. So if people want to be generous, I am okay with that. And generally speaking, I try to give back to sometimes. So if I got some gear or something I just want to give away to some people, I would do that as well. I'll never do like a, subs only giveaway or something like that. Now that I won't do. I think that's really sleazy. But this song is awesome right now. This is Funky DL. Funky DL and I write rhymes. He's like a underground artist. Have I tried that one-shot build from Maxroll? Is it the best boss killer in the game? Technically speaking, it is the best boss killer in the game, but it's designed to do that one thing and that one thing only. So problem is that the thing is that if you're gonna build it, you're doing it because you are going to be carrying a bunch of your friends doing boss rotations for like hundreds of times or a couple of hundred times, because you can't farm with it. It's legit just for boss killing. A die on amulet for Heartseeker, malice or exploit or an amulet. I mean either. Exploit is like a tad better, but I mean if you get malice, that's totally fine. Ask for a god roll amulet. I bet you they'll give it to you for free. Probably not. No. And I wouldn't take it. I've yet to take any godly like gear from anybody. Now elixirs is one thing or whatever, but like godly gear, nah. At some point I'd rather either have enough gold to be able to make a trade of some sort, or I'd rather just find it. Now for rapid fire, I do need a better amulet though. I can't use this amulet. It's gotta have, pretty much it has to have frigid finesse on it. Actually, this amulet could be better than the one I already got. Technically, if I can get exploit on this. Anyhow, let's see, what amulet can I proof. Actually, this would be. Hey, I've been playing Rogue off your build. I don't seem to be getting the same Chris. I never get Chris over 1 million. Can't kill pit bosses in 60 plus. What am I missing? So when you say off my build, can you give me more information? Because I have like 4 different in-game guys on Maxroll. I'm assuming you're talking about Heartseeker, but like did you just put it together? I have Frigid Finesse. Yep, exploit Frigid and weapon mastering your amulet. Very nice. The Heartseeker. How long have you been playing Heartseeker? So I'm trying to think of myself. So if I do Scoundrel's Kiss, I'm gonna have to get it an amulet with cold imbue. But the problem is that I don't know if I'm gonna have enough armor unless I have another pair of pants, and which also has armor. So otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to cap armor. So I got some choices to make. So I might actually have to change some pants up too as well. Because I definitely can't use these pair of pants, obviously. Well, I can, but I'm a new player. I have a question for you. Do you need ancestral gear to get temporary stats on them? No. I'm new to it. Played season 1A, but 2 never Heartseeker. Yeah, but I guess when I say new to it, it's like how long have you been playing Heartseeker? Like how many days? Like did you just put Heartseeker together? Because if you did, chances are like you probably just have like low rolled gear most places. Also, make sure you double check everything in the Heartseeker guide. Every time someone tells me that they can't clear a pit 20 or a pit 30 or something like that, they're missing something very big. So make sure you double check all the aspects on all the pieces of gear on the Maxroll site. Make sure that you have your Paragon board matches as closely as you possibly can. Make sure you have the glyphs leveled as well. And also make sure that vulnerable damage is, mostly tempered everywhere. If you only do like maybe 60% of that, then yeah. Vulnerable is 1300%. That's actually not too bad, but I think your problem might be Harinka is that you might not be able to proc vulnerable somewhere. I think that is your issue. Do you have a curse touch aspect anywhere, or do you have chance to make enemies vulnerable on a ring? You need one or the other. That is something that is overlooked all the time. You're missing the ring vulnerable. There you go. That is why your boss fights take forever. Literally forever. So what you need to do is you need to remove elements aspect for now and put on a curse touch aspect. That will help you with your vulnerable until you can get that stat on a ring. Yep. So as I was stating before, there's always something. There's always like a thing somewhere. I could just use these pair of pants for now. Like it's not optimal by any means, but like if I already have cold resist and lightning resist, I can go ahead and cap my other resistances by just doing the other 3 and I have armor here. So actually, while these are very basic pins, this will actually work for now. Like this will solve the issue right away without me having to do anything special. Obviously, I want a better pair of pants than that, but I think we pretty Gucci on that. This will allow me to go for a different amulet. Okay, so speaking of that, we need to get the amulet. So I really want this amulet bad. This was an old amulet though, because this has frigid finesse on it. I don't think I have any other amulets with frigid finesse. Exploit is bad on rapid fire. So is malice is okay, but there's no double or triple dipping happening there, so it's only just like okay. Believe it or not, percent damage, like percent dex is actually one of the best stats you can get. One of the best stats you can get for rapid fire. I don't know how many amulets I may have saved that has that on it, so. I guess I can use this amulet since it already rolled something, but it's malice though. I followed your Maxroll Heartseeker guide on Maxroll, and I am not armor cap after respecking. No masterworks. That's partially your issue too as well. If you didn't masterwork, then I mean you're gonna get a better armor roll. So if you follow the guide, you probably should have at least one armor roll percent somewhere, and one armor percent and one armor roll somewhere. So do you have any armor rolls anywhere on your gear, and do you have an armor percent temper anywhere? Yeah, because on the planner it says dodge chance and lucky hit to freeze, but I can only get one. Well, the dodge chance is on the pants. You can roll dodge chance on the pants, and then lucky hit the freeze. Well, no, actually no. You can do both. You can do freeze and dodge chance on the pants, and also like chess. That is possible. Yes, it is. Which is better, undown or Umbris? Oh no, always Umbris. Don't you dare ever give up Umbris on any rogue build, period. That is like the most important aspect on rogue for almost all rogue builds. That is not a personal preference. That is a foundational key. That's like humans and blood, right? Like you need blood, right? And that's not a preference. You can live with some other stuff, but you can't live without blood. Is Frigid better than Exploit and Rapid Fire? Oh yeah, much better. Not even close. Like Frigid spanks Exploit on Rapid Fire because Rapid Fire does not snapshot all arrows for the Exploit passive. Okay, so I think guys, I think we're stuck with this amulet for now. I don't see a better course right now. Unless no, I don't. I can't even like, even if I had extra tempers, I still couldn't like fix that. However, I guess I could roll maximum life into Frigid Finesse or something. I don't know. I'm gonna have to just wait for a better amulet. Not having Frigid Finesse hurts though. It hurts. Okay. Exploit. Dex percent. And I definitely do not have the Angel Breath to be able to roll. Is it +3 exploit, +3 concussive enemy worth keeping. Concussive is basically crit chance at the end of the day. I guess depends on what the third stat is. I got an amulet with 3 +3 exploit, +3 traps, life. Should I roll up the life or the traps? The traps isn't really doing you any favors. At least life is something. Traps isn't doing you any favors, so I would roll off the traps, to be honest. What is my build? Well, it's about to be rapid fire pretty soon. That is the play. Also appreciate the follow. I think I'm missing more stuff on the Twitch side of things. My YouTube chat kind of going ham at the moment. What was it? Rapid fire, that's unique. Please, I want to play that build. So I'm gonna do both. And the Kuzma said you deserve a lot more viewership for the amount of information you give show on the stream. Oh, well, thanks, man. I totally missed that comment and be more up there. I guess you're talking about the rain with the vulnerable lucky hit, but I got an ad. Is it super important to have the vulnerable trigger? Yes, it is. Harinka, victimize doesn't work without the enemies being vulnerable. So like your entire build on Heartseeker is legit based around vulnerable damage. So. Or proccing vulnerable and vulnerable damage. Do I reckon rapid fire is better than Heartseeker? No. Is sub to first skills really that much better than Dark Shroud for Heartseeker? A happy robot. I don't think anyone ever says sub to first skills was better than than plus Dark Shroud. Unless someone in chat said it, but I didn't see it. Why is exploit better than the frigid? When frigid has a larger multiplier, pit boss a reason. It's because exploit actually double dips. So passives right now on a Heartseeker or victimize based builds are really kind of confusing because when you look at it on the surface, you know, the maths, you know, checks or seems to be in favor of something else. But when you account for double dipping, which you don't literally see when you look at it, then it's kind of like, oh, that's different. So there's always a lot of questions revolving around passes. But technically speaking, Frigid Finesse, Frigid Finesse and speed runs is actually technically the best passive, but it falls off quite a bit on longer boss fights when you're actually pushing. But overall, exploit will give you more damage in more scenarios than Frigid Finesse. But yeah, on thoughts on putting uniques in Heartseeker build like paying Grasslayer, Fist of Fate, or using Uber like Doombringer. That's a lot. Pain Gorges is not worth it because it doesn't, like, the damage you get doesn't dip into the victimized passive, which is basically all your damage, so it's not worth. Godslayer is really good for speed runs, so you can do Godslayer if you want. Fist of Fate definitely not worth it because you get all those tempers yourself. So all the stats on Fist of Fate is completely useless because you get all the tempers yourself anyways. And Doombringer's value is dependent on you. What you find valuable. Do you want to do more damage or do you want to be tougher? Doombringer is all toughness. So you're giving up a lot, quite a bit of damage for a lot of toughness. So to you, if you value that, then wear it. If not, then don't. So switch elements aspect of the sword to a curse touch, yes. You're gonna see a world of difference, Harinka. But just make sure that this is just for anyone, in chat. when you say you're following the guide, make sure that you are looking thoroughly through the guide. I know it's easy to miss things, but I answer a lot of questions dealing with that, and I almost know exactly what the issue is when someone tells me what the issue is. But like, there are key things you cannot miss, or you cannot like not have, which is why it's in the specialist category and not the in-game category, right? So you just double, triple check if something feels really off or wrong. Is exploit better than frigid finesse plus mallet on Heartseeker? I mean, slightly. But I mean, exploit by itself versus frigid plus malice, no. Obviously, frigid plus malice is gonna be better than just exploit, but the difference between the passives, guys, is really small. Don't go like re-rolling billions, millions, almost billions of gold trying to interchange the 3. So if you get frigid malice on the amulet, cool. Like, don't mess with it. Leave it alone. Don't mess with it. That's fine. You're not gonna clear way faster if you change one of those to exploits, etc. Okay, so I think we pretty much got our here-ish. We got lightning res and I guess again, really baseline pants, but we're gonna have to go with it. I see lightning and cold, right? So we need shadow, fire, and should be a super easy cap for now. I guess we can get and throw rubies in here too as well. Alright, I guess it's time to master work. How much crit chance should be on the build? Which one? Which is the build? What are my gloves? They're actually okay. They're okay. I did get greater affix to rapid fire, which is pretty much what you need. So like they're okay. They work. On my rapid fire, I brick every necklace trying to get crit strike damage that has weapon mastery or finesse. Is funny at this point. Is the exploits aspect any use of Heartseeker, or is that 40% just being wasted on because nothing is unstoppable? If you're pushing, it's actually useful if you're pushing, but it doesn't work on bosses. So, but more often than not, you know, when you're pushing, you just kind of just wait for them to become normal again, and you don't really care as much. But you technically can use it. All right, so I guess we're gonna masterwork. Actually, how much do I have? Got the materials. Heartseeker, your main build. So if you're looking at that, I guess it depends. If you look at the planner or the guide, I mean, it kind of tells you how much you would kind of want. Having them on rings and gloves is usually a pretty good idea. Any more than that is really that's just kind of it. But there's no magic percent unless maybe you're playing poison. If you're playing it with poison trap, then anything more than 26% is probably not. It's probably becomes wasted because you're gonna be able to hit 100% if everything is up. Oh, I got a real crit damage on us, don't I? Yeah. But I don't really have any like whatchamacallits. I guess I got at least take that for now until I can get crit damage. Alright, I got one more chance. One more chance to get crit damage. Can I get it? Did not get it. Alright. Alright, well, just like whatchamacallit said, we're gonna have to farm. Because I'm missing crit damage here, crit damage here. Definitely went max life here, and I'm missing dexterity here, so we got some work to do. In the meantime, I guess we can master work a little bit. I highly value Tyrio's Might and Shaco. So, are we talking about on the Heartseeker? Can you tell me why you value Tyrio's Might on Heartseeker? Out of curiosity. The mode class is just getting Moonrise adaptability rapid. Do you think they're more likely to know these aspects or bring core skills up? Honestly, I honestly don't know. That's actually a good question. I honestly do not know. The max resist and flat DR. Well, I mean, if you get a chest with Dark Shroud on it, you get a lot of DR as well, and you get an aspect that's useful, and you get tempers that are useful. The procs on the Tyrio's Might does nothing for you on Heartseeker because you're running victimize, and victimize key passive does not buff Tyrio's Might's proc. So the proc is practically useless in most case scenarios, except for maybe Helltide farming because everything dies if you look at it. But if you're just looking for DR, you get that already with a regular chest plus an aspect that's actually useful. I mean, if that's what you want, then sure. I don't know if I would give up Share Misery or like Frostbitten or something like that for Tyrio's Might. No, like Share Misery is something you actually notice. like you notice that. You're not gonna notice that that Tyrio's Might proc in a pit scenario because it doesn't do anything. So, but like I said, I mean, it's up to you. I can't tell you what you value, right? So if you think that that's worth it, then by all means continue to do what you're doing. On gets trash, right? Not bosses. Well, yeah, not bosses, no, but it depends on what you're doing. If you're spending more time speed farming, then that, to me, that matters. But again, that is, up to you. Katerias might work on our Heartseeker, but we're just talking about that, T. We're literally talking about that right now. It can, I mean, technically you can wear it, but Tyrio's Might proc doesn't really work well on a victimized build because the victimized passive doesn't buff the Tyrio's Might proc. So it just becomes a defensive chest in which Dark Shroud, ranks of Dark Shroud is a very big defensive buff anyway, and you get an aspect and you get tempers. So personally, I don't think it's worth it. But I understand that Tyrio's Might is a very rare item and people want to slot it and stuff. So if you want to do it, you can. But it's not going to be better if that's the answer. If that's the answer you're looking for. But you absolutely can wear it. I'm trying to get the crit on the crit. I guess that's not too bad. You mean you get Umbrus on pants? Yeah, but you still give up. You give up an important aspect somewhere. So you're gonna. So let's say in my setup right now, I have a Shaco. If I have a Shaco, right, then I have Umbrus, which is absolute necessary. You can move it anywhere. Generally speaking, I have either concussive or frostbitten somewhere, which are both damage, right? And then one other slot is probably gonna be shared misery. So I have to either give up shared misery, concussive, or frostbitten. So I have to give up really good clear from shared misery, damage from concussive, or damage from frostbitten to be able to run Tyrio's Might if I have a Shaco. So you're giving up something important and a temper. So maybe a chance to freeze you might be giving up, a chance to stun, which helps your retribution. You're giving up something. It's not a direct free slot. Now, if you do Tyrio's Might and you don't do Shaco, then you're giving up less. But I don't think I honestly don't see a world where you will want to give up Shaco for Tyrio's Might in this setup. If I try to lucky hit poison on weapons, seems kind of insane for Heartseeker or Caltrap's duration. What do you mean lucky hit poison on weapon? Are we talking about I'm out of materials. Sag. The temper? Oh, you mean like elemental surge is what you're saying. So elemental surge on a victimize setup doesn't really make too much sense because again, victimize does not buff elemental surge. You need to do something like close quarters combat or whatever and do damage percent on pieces, which you're not geared for because Heartseeker doesn't really gear for that, to really make elemental surge actually like work out better. What does cunning stratagem do exactly? It depends on the skill. What do you like? Which skill are you wanting to know what it does for? I've been leveling Heartseeker, having a blast. I replaced elements with Arrow Storm. I know it's not as good, but just how much not as good as you think. So you know it's not as good, but you want to know like is it close to like a regular setup, right? I mean, if you like the way it looks and you're just leveling, then it's fine. You can keep it. It's not going to be better than the regular aspect, and I'm going to always tell you that. But I mean, I hate that I have Malice on this amulet for this setup. Also, let's redo this. Can we roll? Can we get rapid fire? Also rough. Thank you. No, thank you, but I'm not going to reset that. I'm going to leave it as it is. I did temper this already. Yeah, I did. So let's... I almost don't even care what I get here. I'm just want to upgrade it. Okay, maybe I do care about the fact that was I got a freeze there. But it is what it is, I guess. I don't have a slow. I guess I'm gonna go cold Caltraps then. Is rapid fire pinch shot barrage projected the same effect as to boss will last time? I mean, technically, I guess. I guess you could say that. Caltrops, Cold Imbue, if anything at all. You mean Cunning Stratagem? So Cunning Stratagem, so the legendary node for Cunning Stratagem is this. This right here, your non-damage combo point bonuses. So we're talking about core skills for the most part. When you spend 3 combo points, so you can't spend combo points with Caltrops or whatever like that. So it's specifically talking about combo point builds. So in the combo point thing, you get 2 bonuses basically with the combo point core skill. It goes up in damage for one thing, and then you get a secondary effect, right? So like let's say Barrage, you get more arrows, right? Rapid Fire, you get more arrows. Twisting Blades, you get more movement speed. Flurry, actually I kind of forgot. Oh, Flurry, you get more attack speed. Those kind of things. So when it says 33% bonus, you're increasing that secondary bonus. So that means more arrows on Barrage, more arrows on Rapid Fire, more movement speed for Twisting Blades, more attack speed for Flurry, and more lucky hit chance for Penetrating Shot. So that's what this legendary node means. Appreciate the follow. Do you know what level you can gamble 925 from Obels? Actually, I'm not quite sure of the answer. Also appreciate all the follows. Let's see, we got weapon mastery for crossbows, 15% increased critical strike damage. Is that additive? All your passives are multiplicative. So damage passes are gonna generally always be multiplicative. So that is 15% multiplicative damage. So weapon mastery on the crossbow is always a good thing. Just like weapon mastery on a bow is always a good thing as well. So much gold, yeah. I actually sold a GG pair of pants. I mean, like ridiculously good pair of pants that I found. Big Bang, no theory. That's I love your builds, but I love your short way more. Thanks, man. Thanks. I've had the short for a while and just never wore it on stream. And then I finally did, and people just like, yo, that shirt is nice, and I guess never thought about it. I'm just like, okay, I guess we can wear the shirt. That's cool. All right, so I think I got most of the things I need to be able to at least run the build. Okay, so it is pretty thrift shop, by the way, because I still don't have it. I still need to roll some stats, so we need to farm. But before we do, we have to reset Paragon board. So refine on. I don't have my Paragon board memorized for this, or I almost have it memorized, not completely. So I'm gonna go to my Thrifty Planner real quick. Let's see. There also might be some choices I don't take just simply because some of my stats are different. Did Tormented Durio 12 times. I got Endurance and Doombringer crazy. Now you can do the poison build. Very nice. Pop candy there. Cunning Stratagem. I have not seen this board in like most of the season. For Heartseeker, how am I getting armored cat without Juggernaut or something? The guy tells you. Like legit, if you're following the Maxroll guy, the Maxroll guy tells you. In fact, all of our guides, we cannot put out a guide on Maxroll and not have you capped on your armor and resistances. We can't do that. It would never go past review phase if we did that. What glyph do I have here? Is it exploit? Yes, exploit. How do you have so much materials to casually reset your masterwork so many times? I mean, I play a lot. Relative to the average, like the casual player, I do play a lot. So I salvaged a lot. so I got a lot of materials for like stuff like that. The only thing I'm like low on is like Angel Breath, but I think everyone is. So but yeah, I'm broke on I literally have no Angel Breath right now. I have 0. See, I don't really need resistances right now. I'm capped. Same thing with armor too. But whatever. We'll go this way anyways. Let's see, we're going to no witness next. This is your favorite lo-fi D4 channel. Nice. I think we're gonna do like this, right? I have efficacy here, but I guess I could do devious too as well. So we actually might do that. But my devious is actually probably not leveled right now, so we might do efficacy and just roll with that. Actually, do I even have that leveled up? I do. Okay. I'm probably gonna change that glyph to something else, but for now we'll leave it as it is. Appreciate the follows. Let's go. We're gonna jump down here to exit a trade. +1 for nice shirt. Thanks. Going back to Heartseeker, trying something different. I am doing rapid fire today, so most of today's stream is going to be rapid fire related. Most, if not all, of today's stream is rapid fire. Followed your Heartseeker guy and is very fun blasting. Thank you. You're welcome, man. Glad you like. Is Doombringer a DPS loss on Heartseeker build? Yeah. Doombringer is a defense unique. You look at the unique, you see what it gives you, and it's a shit ton of defense. Right? See, wait a minute. How does this look different? Okay, I see. Yeah, it's a defensive unique. So you look at what it gives you, and there's very little offensive value on that. You get some damage percent, but it's additive, so there's nothing multiplicative on that at all. And the proc itself doesn't really help you on the Heartseeker build because you can't scale that proc at all. But it does give you defense. So yes, it is absolutely a damage decrease, or yeah, damage decrease to go Doombringer. But you can use it. I'm not saying you can't. You absolutely can do it if you want. Just understand that you're trading off a lot of damage for a lot of defense. And if you prefer that, then for sure, go for it. I would not tell you don't do it. Like, it's just understand what you're getting yourself into. You're not gonna clear faster with the Doombringer, but you will survive a lot better with the Doombringer. So take it for what it's worth. I was wondering if there's a hardcore version of the Heartseeker build available somewhere. I mean, Heartseeker's already pretty tanky-ish. There really wasn't too much you would change out. I mean, I guess you would keep diminish on a Paragon board as a glyph because that's damage reduction. You definitely probably would want to do poison traps in some way, other than it being like a thing that you don't want to do. You probably want to at that point because you can take debilitating toxins for more damage reduction. There are little things you can do like that, but nothing massive that's going to like make it hardcore valuable. It's just a couple of different things. Shit, stream looks so clean on YouTube. I normally watch on Twitch. Honestly, I could technically stream in 1440p on YouTube. But Twitch frowns upon that for doing double streams. If I go above the quality on YouTube per se in terms of the resolution in that sense. So again, I'm not about to get in trouble with Twitch, so yeah, I could make it look even better, but I'm not gonna go down that route. I like having my stream. It's like picking the favorite child. No, that's just because Twitch knows that, like, obviously the quality is just gonna look better on YouTube. But I mean, on YouTube you can do the bad part about the YouTube though is obviously you don't really get as much access to different little cool things as you do on Twitch in terms of like channel stuff, like channel points and all that kind of stuff. But the biggest thing is the music. So like if the playlist of the streamer is like really good, you definitely miss that atmosphere. But what I hear people do actually quite often is they would open YouTube and Twitch, and if they prefer YouTube, they would just mute the YouTube tab and just listen to the Twitch in the background but watch YouTube. So therefore you kind of get the best of both worlds in that sense, at least when it comes to having the playlist. So I hear that works. see, let's go here to here. Well, I have a lot of points left over. Let's see, combat. I hate how I can't zoom all the way out on my Paragon board. Okay, so I know why I have a lot of points left over, and that's because I didn't need to take these. Because I geared a little differently. Okay, so I could technically take a little bit more additive damage if I wanted to. It'd be nice if I can somehow fit ambush, daily ambush in this somewhere, but I probably can't. Actually, nah, I can't. I'm gonna have to figure out a different way to go around and do that, but I think how I have it is fine. Or I also couldn't get Maxroll at that ability. That's hard. It's really hard to get it, honestly. If you have plus eight rakes to exploit, would you recommend using daggers for even more damage to healthy? Well, you never use your daggers or swords in the build, right? You use the bow, like you shoot from the bow. So the weapon mastery passive doesn't apply unless you're using that weapon. So it doesn't matter for daggers or swords. I get the idea though. Like I get the thought process. Like I really do. But at the end of the day, it legit does not matter. Because because Heartseeker will never get the damage bonus of the weapon mastery for daggers or swords. Does that make sense? Do I ever not play rogue? Is asking. I do. But I do spend most of my time on rogue. So I do spend more time min-maxing on rogue than, let's say, a lot of other people might, I guess. So yeah, don't do this, by the way. This is just filler until I can figure out a different base for things. Actually, I kind of might want this instead. Yeah, let's do that. Even if I'm not always distant. I don't feel like trying to throw crap my way into something different right now. So we're just gonna take something straight up. Yeah, that's fine for now. Let's see, do I have all my glyphs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Although, actually, wait. Maybe let's not do that. Let me go back. I didn't realize how squishy I was. Hold on. I have to go back. I need to take some life nodes. There. So we'll do this just so therefore I can get some life nodes. Yeah, we'll do that. Puts me at, okay, yeah, that I feel a little bit better about that. Why vulnerable glyph? Well, you still want to like vulnerable still gives you 20% multiplicative damage in terms of the original value of vulnerable. So you still want to make them vulnerable. And since I'm running Heartseeker with rapid fire, then I don't really have a great way to really make them vulnerable at the moment. So it just kind of makes sense to have the exploit glyph for the initial vulnerable until your Golden Bumet kicks in. Like you don't want to max out the exploit glyph, but you just want to have it just for the initial vulnerable, especially for speed farming. I like to watch on YouTube, listen to your own playlist. Hey, I mean that works too. That works. Derek said, "Oh, that sucks. You put up my recommended randomly on here." Oh, I did. YouTube has me on the recommended for real, like for real. That's kind of cool. Look at us getting up there, y'all. Look at us moving on up, y'all. Moving on up. Here's about marksman percent. Marksman's percent doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It's additive. I know it actually adds to the skill percent, and it's very confusing. But I guarantee you, it's additive, and it doesn't do anything. You definitely found me on recommended as well, bro. What? All right, YouTube. All right, man. I guess, like I said, man, we moving on up. All right, so I gotta figure out my life now with skills now. So we need cold imbuement here. I probably want to do chill or slow cow traps here. I guess everything else is okay. Not that. So we'll do that. And let's see. Oh, I didn't max it? What? For real? I was missing a point in rapid fire. Awful. All right. I think we have our budget rapid fire now. Definitely budget because I need to re-roll some things. So, ooh, let's get a free boss kill real quick. For a whisper. Let's go straight to jail. It's Jolly Green Giant because we smoke so much broccoli. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, noodles, oodles, and noodles. And testing me is like pit bulls. Put up the poodles. Goes back further than your father's hairline. Is ludicrous. I pack more nuts than Delta Airlines. I love this song when this song first came out. Ludacris' second album. Okay, so the boss is not here. What up, Killer Mom? Luda's a legend, yes. What is RF again? Rapid fire. Fuck you too. What you gonna do? I got an arsenal of automatics down to 22. Know how to use them, fight dirty as shit. All in one barrier quit. See, you got them all wrong. Women in tuxedos and coming up shorter than 5 Danny DeVitos. Get laid more than Fritos with 5 strippers, 4 wives, and 3 amigos. I'm not ready yet. Alright, we're gonna go. I guess grab the second boss real quick. Percent damage is also added before vulnerable. Check it out. I've been min-maxing online games since 97. Take a crap item, set marksman bonus, and check Heartseeker. Tooltip Heartseeker. So are you telling us that you're telling us that everyone who is saying that like marksman damage, cutthroat damage, and percent damage is all additive are wrong, Jawan? Like we know it adds to the base value of the skill, like that we do know, and it also adds to your attack power, right? but at the end of the day, it's all in the same damage bucket and it's additive, which makes it a pretty awful stat to have. So, Jawan, if you want, you can make a video about it or tell people who have literally have done the math, like the actual testing of the math, actually hitting the dummy, actually like, you know, recording the data about what they actually see in the game. All right, you could tell all those guys that they're wrong. Or I guess what you can do is you can make a build. You go marksman damage everywhere and go percent damage everywhere and literally show us all up and show us how it's done. Now, if you find something we didn't find, for sure, you know, do it, right? I am all fine for finding new things and doing things better. But if you really believe that that's how that works and that is the better stats, then put it together. Do a YouTube video, smash some, you know, like, you know, smash content, you know, do stuff better than how we're doing it, and then we will all follow you, sir. Since you've been playing, you know, online games since 1997, I think is what you said. So, you know, like I said, show us up. Show us up. And we will also, like I said, we'll follow you. If you're right, we'll follow you. I will say this though, the game is pretty confusing when it comes to damage, like damage in this game. It's not so straightforward at all, and it's really annoying. Killama, what happened to you today, by the way? Child support too much money on your bank account, and now I'm $60 short on rent, which is due tomorrow. Oof. You got any family or anything that can kind of help out for you? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot something. I forgot the most important part, guys. We didn't actually put aspects on our on our gear. We didn't put aspects on our gear, guys. we forgot to put aspects. All right. No wonder. I was like, wait a minute. This felt really weird. We'll go retribution here. Let's do expectant. Let's do rapid. Let's do well, actually we're not going to do repeating here because we don't need to. So we got edge masters. And we got actually elements, I guess. This will be the last thing I would go I'd put there. Yeah, elements, I guess. Yeah, I totally forgot all of my aspects. I'm just like, something's missing. Hey, something's obviously missing here. And then I guess we'll go share misery here. Wait, what happened? There you go. And we're gonna do. Hey, that's it. I'm running percent chance cold damage. Any thoughts on that? So wait a minute, percent chance cold. Is that an elemental surge thing? And if so, for what build? Temp on sword. I mean, elemental surge is really not really good with the victimize build because you have no way to scale that elemental surge because victimize does not scale any flat damage stuff. So it doesn't really make sense on the Heartseeker thing. Definitely would not be better than Caltrap's durations or size or Heartseeker projectiles. I've been cooking up a new build. Well, it's not. No, I wouldn't say new. I guess I'm just gonna play rapid fire for what it is, and then I'm gonna play it without the ring as well, because that's kind of, the goal. Actually, honestly, is to make it like play it without the ring and make it feel good, because people don't like the ring, like myself. I don't like the ring, so I'm gonna play with the ring first for a bit, and then play without the ring. You say I don't want anything, but I'll make a video. I just made a new character. I'm just saying though. I'm just saying there we have a person, Ava. I don't know if you know who Ava is, but he's well respected in the community, big time, by lots of people. He does one thing in this game and one thing only, and that is test mechanics. That is it. He doesn't even play the game. He lives in the testing area. He overshadows testing area. That's all he does. Okay. So generally speaking, don't get me wrong, you know, some of us creators also do our own testing too or whatever. But generally speaking, when Ava says something, in terms of how something works damage-wise, we listen, because he spent more time testing these things than pretty much anyone else does. So looking at what the sheet value tells you, the tooltip tells you, it's like the wrong thing to do in this game. Because the tooltip is often incorrect. More often than not. So if the tooltip says it does something, you might want to question that something. Say he sounds interesting, yeah. But I'm just telling you that damage in this game doesn't necessarily work the way most people think it does. And it's not that, you know, it's not anyone's fault per se. It's just the game is terrible at being very clear with how damage actually works. Let me run an elixir. In fact, actually, Joanna, there was a guy who actually made a YouTube video like about a week and a half ago that got torn to shreds because he had literally the same thought, unfortunately, that you did. And so he was saying, you know, everyone else is building things wrong. You know, look at what stuff buffs the actual skills damage by looking at the tooltip. And legit, like many people from everywhere came to actually, like, you know, prove him wrong. Some people were a bit harsh and they didn't really need to be that harsh about it. But yeah. Heartseeker, if you're really comfortable with your HP, what would you put on the weapon other than max life? Nothing really. There are no other good options on Heartseeker other than max life on a weapon. All the other options suck. Basically, percent damage doesn't do anything because it's additive. So you don't really have any other options but max life. Yeah, Macro Bible said hello. That way he did. He was actually one of the nicer people to respond to that video. But yes, but he didn't take too kindly by being told that, you know, everything he's been doing all this time is just wrong. Event main stats. What's that? Is rapid fire fix? No, I'm just deciding to play it for now, and also trying to get some more angel breath so I can roll the correct stats on my items. I kind of want to play it without the ring, but we're gonna play it with the ring first. Actually, we're gonna take off cow trash because we don't really need that here. I actually would prefer shadow imbuement. honestly wish precision would buff shadow imbuement. That would be such a big quality of life. It doesn't. Does attribute like dex count as additive? So main stats is its own bucket, so it's multiplicative, but it's additive to itself, but it's not in the ginormous bucket of other additive stuff. Does that make sense? It's its own multiplier. I'll put it that way. But your main stat is its own multiplier by itself. Pro news was you said love your build since release. Thanks, man. Someone redeemed zoomed in, so we're gonna play zoomed in, I guess. How would I solve energy for a core only build? Starless Skies is a really good way to do it. Tempering resource affixes. What? I have not died in Helltide in such a long time. I don't even know what happened. All my centers are gone too. I guess like it just didn't even see the circle. Well, rip half my cinders. But I do respect the redeems, so we're gonna play. So didn't they fix rapid fire? I mean, technically, but they're supposed to be doing more to it because people have been complaining about its trajectory, or the lob effect or whatever, which is a valid complaint. It really sucks on the controller or console especially. Is victimized bug or legit? It's bugged. Have I tried playing Barrage? I sure have. I leveled to 100 with Barrage basically. Everything on Rogue is bugged. There is not a single key passive other than momentum. That isn't bugged for the most part. So if you're playing a precision key passive build, you're playing a bug build because precision is bugged. Close quarters combat also has some bugs to it too as well. I guess victimize is probably the strongest bug of all the key passives. When I leveled to 100, what build did I go with? Barrage. You mean push with it? No, I didn't gear up Barrage to that level to do that. No. How's precision bug? It is dealing 50% more damage than it's supposed to. It's been bugged since last season. They just didn't fix it. So yeah. All right, we're gonna unzoom now. It says variant 1. Is there a variant 2? No, I just got lazy and did not name it Heartseeker versus variant 1. That's all. Sorry. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah, I literally can just go back and just change the name of the title of that. That's all. Is plus 2% damage useless? If you're not doing a poison build or a dot build, then yes, it is useless. So for most rogue builds, it is useless. Most, not all, but most. I will say rapid fire does feel, in terms of just like the animation is concerned, like it feels a lot more fluid with the bow. I'll say a lot more, but definitely more fluid with the bow. And that's just because of the attack speed. Oh, I had no idea I avoided Heartseeker because I didn't want to play a bug build. Well, unfortunately, yeah, the entire class is every key passive is bugged, so you're not going to be able to avoid it. But I respect it though. I respect it though. D's, I respect it. I really do. Does critical strike damage take from marksman damage or regular damage? What do you mean? When you say take from, exactly. You missed it away? I did too. Hello, I'm doing the pin shot build from Maxroll. Do I like pin shot? It's okay. I haven't really been a pin shot for a while, since like preseason. I don't know if I just played it so much in preseason that I just don't really care for it anymore, or I just like rapid fire better or barrage better. But I mean, pin shots good. It's one of those things that it doesn't really shine until you really get it. Like, I won't say min max, but it's pretty gear dependent. Whereas like a precision based build is pretty easy to get off the ground quickly. I feel like if they fix precision and victimize Rogue's deck, actually not really, no. But they do need to figure out how to give us reliable things, or give us things that we feel is strong without it being bugged. Because it's just annoying that like every season we're kind of living off of something being, I mean, it's not broken by any means, like victimize isn't broken, but it's definitely bugged to a degree that it does need to be fixed. And it would be nice if we actually had more consistent damage than all the versus the double dipping that we have. So fix the bug, buff victimize, like at its base core value, that kind of thing. What happened to your Blood Maiden summoning mats? What do you mean? I have 4. Yeah, I feel like the other thing they can do too as well, like if they're gonna keep this lob effect or whatever, they just need to really increase the AOE of it. If they're gonna keep this lob, so especially if you're playing on a console like that and you can't aim exactly where you want because it's all tap targeting, at the very least you'll still be able to hit something because the AOE is bigger. I still would lobby for them just to remove the lob in general and just make it an explosive shot. Just make an explosive shot, just D2 explosive shot, and I guarantee you many people will be very happy with that. But if they want to keep the lob, if they really want to keep the lob, man, just like double the AOE size of it. I know you don't want to trivialize Barrage and Pen Shot's AOE capabilities, but man, we're boss in 10 minutes, yeah. He said, yeah, just straight explosive. Yeah, just explosive shot. Why not? Like, for real, for real. The normal attack that gets multiplied for critical strike damage. I mean, not so. To kind of go back to what I was previously stating, it will always be better to take critical strike damage over marksman or damage percent on a precision build, always. So there's never a world where you will want to take a marksman skill damage bonus or a percent damage bonus in a precision build. But yeah, like I said, I'd actually be okay with a lob if the AOE was definitely a bit wider, especially for controller players more so than anything else. Because I really feel bad for console players trying to play rapid fire in its current state. So is a marksman damage glyph useful? Only for the damage reduction. That's the only reason why you take it. Believe it or not. So, I mean, if you don't want damage reduction, you can go with a different glyph. Like you can go devious there if you want instead. Can rapid fire be as bad as throwing smoke grenades on council? Because when I throw a smoke grenade, it's up to Jesus who it hits, if it hits anyone at all. Actually, smoke grenade actually has a faster trajectory, so chances are you have an easier time hitting something with smoke grenade than you do with rapid fire because its travel speed is faster. So yes, it is worse than smoke grenade on council. If you just dump the lob and just make rapid fires explode on hit or arrows explode on hit, that's kind of where I'm at with it. But yeah. But if they're gonna do that though, if they're gonna do that and like remove the lob or whatever, then they really should just make the repeating aspect also explode as well. So we have exploding arrows on both, and not just on the initial impact. Juice Dofus said, "Love my work, man." I'm trying to think of some more YouTube videos to really do and put out, because I feel like the only YouTube videos that really get any sort of attention or clicks or whatever are like build guide videos that I make, or if I'm talking something very specific about a rogue build that people are playing. Outside of that, like no one watches my content video wise on YouTube, so it gets really tough to kind of continue to make content on YouTube because I don't really know what to make currently. I think honestly, maybe a leveling strat with Heartseeker or something might be a thing that I might actually do. Like talk about how to level with Heartseeker and why it works and why it doesn't, kind of sort of thing. Like when it works and when it doesn't, sort of idea. So people understand like exactly when you can do what. Since we don't really make that clear enough on Maxroll, which is actually honestly the truth. But I do have something in the works to potentially move Heartseeker from a specialized guide to an in-game guide per se. That starts at level 50 versus starting at near 100. But that's a later on thing. What I think about the new expansion and new class. So I think the new, based on Blizzard's track record of expansions, like first Diablo expansions, it's probably going to be a banger based off the track record. Okay. In terms of the new class, I have no idea what to think because they didn't show us any gameplay or even what it looked like. So, however, the class being brand new to the series, like a class that has never been done before, it's actually quite unique and interesting. So I'm actually curious about how that's going to play out. I watched you on YouTube, sir. Sub too. Well, thank you. But I guess no, from past experience from making like videos or whatnot, because I'm not a full-time content creator, right? So like I don't really have the I don't want to say luxury, but it's not the same thing for me to just continue to make videos, a bunch of videos and like fail on like 80% of them just for a few of them to kind of hit. Like I don't have the time to do that per se. Like if I didn't work my day job on a normal basis, if I didn't work my day job, then I'd be fine, right? I'd be like, okay, I make 4 videos, maybe one would do well, or do okay kind of thing. Like I just don't have the time to do that and stream, right? With the day job. So I have to think about what's going to actually work versus experimentation per se, if that makes sense. But I do know that I have to put out more videos in order to like to really see growth in general. So like I have to do it, but I need topics and subjects that I can be more consistent in doing it with, if that makes sense. Hey, for Heartseeker, would you use an amulet with Malice and Frigid, critical strike chance, or a max health exploit Malice? Probably max health exploit Malice, because chances are you're probably close to your crit chance threshold anyway, without crit chance on the amulet. So I probably would go with the second amulet. Wish they would bring back Paladin. I guess who knows? Like maybe the new class might, you know, fill that void. I have no idea. To be honest with some of the reasons why I watch your shit, other than the fact that you're good at the game and know what you're talking about, some music, your personality and sense of humor and stuff, the fact that you stream when I get home from work. I guess that is convenient, huh? But yeah, it's always a hit or miss with YouTube though. Like a lot of times I don't really like. I guess here's the thing too. I think the Diablo audience, for the most part, like I want to be more entertaining in my YouTube videos, but the Diablo audience doesn't like that. I learned that the hard way in Diablo 3. Like the Diablo audience just wants a talking head and information, and that is it. You hit record, talk about the subject. Hopefully it's something useful, and then you hit end record. That is it, right? And while that makes it easy to, you know, put out a video per se, because you don't have to do any editing or anything cool or unique or, you know, whatnot, it also means you can't stand out from anyone else, because you're mostly, I won't say wasting your time, but like putting more effort into it than that you're not going to really see the payoff of that. So you almost have to be like everyone else and just be a talking head and describe something and hit in, and then like, you know, that kind of thing. He said, quit making sense, Ripcha. Have a look at YouTube algorithms. That there's a ton of info that talk about it to get more consistent viewership and subscription. Well, the thing about it is, it just depends on, again, it depends on the topics that you're covering, right? So if I'm covering Diablo 4, the meta was D4 bad, right? So if I didn't do D4 bad videos, I wasn't getting hits for like the first 3 seasons, unless I was doing a build guide video. So I'm not sure if my audience would want to hear about me complaining about the game, like whining and complaining, high screech noises, yelling at my monitor about how bad D4 is. Not sure that my audience would. I mean, I'm pretty sure my audience would probably, you know, look at it, be like, but they'll be like, oh, that's definitely. I'll put the glasses back on. I promise when I do some farming. Actually, I'll keep it on. I don't think my audience would be like, that's not Dioxide at all, man. That is not the chill Dioxide that I know. So yeah, I don't know if I can pull that off. So I never could get involved in the meta, that type of meta. If you double my pay, I'll swing sword on YouTube as well, if that helps. Steep rate though, that platform has less tunes. So you said the glasses are fire. Yeah, someone redeem play with the light glasses in chat. So that's what we're gonna do. Wait, does this area have a different? Oh, it's 2 different ones. What? I did not know that. Inconspicuous. What? I think you still get hits because many people, especially consoles, play D4, consoles casuals. have multiple YouTube channels, do your own music thing on the side too. I actually thought about that, but I just moved into a townhome, and I have a garage now, so I can kind of do things. So I think in the future, probably sometime like maybe later this year, I might actually start doing like drum streams for the most part, like have like an electric kit and like do covers or whatever. As well. Now that I have the space to do that. All I need is the money to do that, because setting that up is expensive. So I'm gonna have to do that as well. Yeah. I mean, we'll get there eventually. Garage pool stream. No. Wait, what did I click on? Oh, was that like a malignant hole? How about YouTube funny content? Yeah. So again, same thing. The D4 audience tend to not really care about that kind of stuff. In general, I remember doing it, making an entertaining video guide, like Demon Hunter video guide of like that, and I thought it was pretty good. Even Daishizi was rapping, you know, threw down some like good bars or whatever, and like that vid did not do as well because people were upset that I ventured out, you know, trying to entertain a little bit more, which made the video a little longer than like it normally would have been. But it was entertaining, but people didn't want that. So I spent a lot of time making that video too, though, and it was good. Like I thought it was pretty solid, because, you know, considering my experience at the time. But that's not what people wanted. So I'm just like, all right, I will never spend that much time again. Like I spent like almost a whole week putting that together. Like a whole entire week of my free time putting it together, and it's just like, okay, well, that absolutely was not worth the time. Was not worth the time investment. Just to kind of just get mauled on Reddit and other places about why I did what I did. It's one thing if it was just like, okay, you know, the lower view count, fine, but like to get people upset that I did it was just like the thing that was just like, okay, well, all right, well, just never mind then. So it's hard to you know, differentiate yourself in the Diablo content community per se, or you know, or creating Diablo content. Wait, why is my ping so high right now? I can't stutter step for some reason. Yo, something's wrong with my ping. Yeah, something's wrong with my ping, because like when my character's not moving when I stutter step, it means my ping is like ridiculously high. Where's the whatchamacallit around here? Sorry for not answering here. I didn't know if there was been a sponsor or not. Oh, wait. Hey, what happened? Picking on Beastfall boots. Good for one-shot builds. Like bossing. Like one-shot bossing and stuff. Outside of that, I don't think it really has much of a use. Tell those people to suck a wiener. Haters are gonna hate. It just that I got more hate comments than positive comments for what I did. I think that was kind of thing. Like, it's one thing, like you will always have someone who doesn't like your stuff. Like there is going to be, you know, like everyone's not gonna like everything you do. That I'm aware of. But when you have more people who dislike what you did versus like what you did, then you kind of have to think about, okay, well, why right? At that point, you have to consider maybe it's something you did versus something that, like, you know, people just, you know. Is Barrage better in game than Pin Shot? Not well. It depends. Like for speed farming, I would take Barrage over Pin Shot. If you're trying to push like extremely high pits or whatever, then Pin Shot makes a lot more sense. But it's very gear heavy. Like it's very gear heavy to do that. Am I doing gear checks? I might. At the moment, I'm just trying to get my rapid fire going. I think I've been spending a lot of time getting build or trying to put builds together and not much time actually playing the game. So I've been kind of feeling bad for the viewers at the moment. So I'm going to try to stick to as much gameplay as I possibly can today. Just because, like yesterday, I spent 3 hours putting together a setup that just didn't work at all. And I spent 2 hours this stream putting together rapid fire without like any gameplay. So that's 5 hours in the past 2 streams where there was 0 gameplay. Sobe popped into Twitch chat and asked a question. There was an ask here. I answered in Twitch chat, but I wanted to let him know that you were also seeing here. And I guess missed a response. Okay. Yeah. I probably missed the chat. It's hard to keep it. Honestly, it's hard to keep up both chats. So there will be times where I miss. So yeah, I'll put it this way: if you guys have a question and I don't answer it, it's not because I'm ignoring you by any means. I probably just legit didn't see it. So if you want to ask multiple times, or if you want to highlight that question again, or whatever, it doesn't bother me that you asked 2 or 3 times because I probably didn't even see it the first time. Because there's only but so many lines of chat that can be put on the monitor at one time before it just disappears and I just don't see it anymore. Oh, this is Mika. If you didn't recognize using it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually didn't. Now why am I not eating brains? Did I not eat the brain? I didn't eat the brain. Hold on. Oh, I didn't eat the brain. You're right. Sir, I didn't know. I did not know. I did not eat the brain. Thanks for letting me know. If I knew, I totally would have did it. Yeah, I just totally wasn't thinking. Dioxide isn't real. I agree. Terrible zombie. Yeah. I do not want to see my performance review at the end of the season. Oh man. How many brains have you consumed? Well, see, actually, what had happened was, and that's my story. Let's scan the rest of the. What's my highest pit? Honestly, I don't remember. It's like somewhere in the 120s range, mid 120s. I haven't pushed yet, so and I don't really plan on pushing anytime soon. I don't enjoy like really high level pits. He was hoping Shadow Clone would be a good poison shot replacement. It's not. Lots and lots of people really want Shadow Clone to be viable. Everyone wants it to be viable. It's just unfortunate that it is not. And there's nothing you can do at all whatsoever to even remotely make it a viable thing. What items am I missing from my rapid fire build? I'm missing just like re-rolling stuff. I can't re-roll certain things because I'm out of Angel's Breaths. So that's kind of what I'm missing. I'm also missing a Frigid Finesse amulet that would really set this off. But I guess I will get that in due time. If you want to do gear check, you should do a channel points thing for it. Well, the problem with doing the channel point or a channel points thing is that it makes it very unfair for the YouTube audience. Like they will have to literally jump from the YouTube stream to the Twitch stream to do it, right? And I don't want them to have to like choose a specific platform just to get involved with that. What do I need on the amulet? Honestly, just Frigid Finesse. If I can get Frigid Finesse and Dex %, that would be very nice, to be honest. Or actually, Frigid Finesse, Dex %, Weapon Mastery would be like the god tier amulet. Dex % is good. As long as it's like a GA Dex % on an amulet for a non Heartseeker build is actually really good. Like definitely underrated. Like I would take it over like Malice or Exploit for sure any day of the week on Rapid Fire. Let's see. Oh, whoa. Alright, so there's no towns. I have no towns to go to that I can salvage my gear for because... Oh, I guess this one. Let me go. Okay, good. We're good. Why only for non-Heartseeker? Because Heartseeker has passives that double dip and triple dip with the victimize passive. That's why. Whereas Precision, none of the passives on amulets double dip, so therefore passives have a little bit less value outside of Frigid Finesse. That is why.
My skill is unmatched. You'll see. Fight hard, eh? Make the devils pay.
I've only seen Malice and Amulet once, and I break to being greedy. Ooh, that's unfortunate, man. Doctor says, does the cold imbuement barrage build you publish on Maxroll work well for Uber Boss and solid on Pit? I mean, Heartseeker will overall be the better build, just in general. Like Barrage's issue isn't really isn't Barrage per se, but more so that the bosses in general, like in the Pit specifically, they have very small hitboxes, like hurt boxes. So Barrage just happens to miss a lot of its arrows, even if you're shotgunning up close, and that's kind of the problem Barrage has at the moment. Which makes it like you'll get to the boss really fast, but you'll spend so much time fighting the boss because you know the arrows are just missing, and that's the problem. Oh, I'm missing my elixir. This D4 is still 2,000% trash. I think you're lowballing it, sir. Only 2,000%? I don't know, man. Like you saying it's 2,000% trash is like almost saying it's good. So I think you think D4 is good. And you know, we can't have that, right? We definitely can't have the narrative that D4 might be or could be or might be good, right? So I think you might need to up the numbers, sir. And I like, so Robert Johnson, I really do like Barrage a lot. It's really not Barrage's fault, man. Like the way that the current content right now is somewhat designed and like the pit boss is being completely out of, I won't say out of whack, but not tuned well right now. And it's the pit, it's the first iteration of the pit, so I know it'll get better in the future. But it really discourages many different builds from being used because of just the imbalances of, well, for one, the pit bosses, and two, the pit bosses having so much freaking health compared to like the enemies inside the pit itself. So I think once that gets addressed, stuff like Barrage and stuff like that will definitely shoot up in the charts. Just want to hop and say thank you for all the work you do. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. We use a rapid fire guy, and you're loving it. I love rapid fire, man. I really do. I'm not the biggest fan of the freaking lob effect, but I like rapid fire as a skill. Always have. I think I play more rapid fire on Rogue than any other core skill, and except for this season, and that has everything to do with the freaking ring. But yeah, hopefully they'll make some, yeah, see them, they'll make some adjustments or whatever. Okay, I think we're gonna just go straight to the chest now. A Heartseeker build, would you take Frigid Finesse over Exploit Passive? So Frigid Finesse does work on bosses, but only when they're staggered. Technically speaking, Frigid Finesse is actually better on the way to the pit boss than any of the other passes are. But like for speed farming per se. But Exploit is just better overall all around. But the difference between the two is just it's so small though. So like, let's say if you get Frigid Finesse, but you don't get Exploit, it's okay. Like you won't not be able to farm fast or hit hard or whatnot if you get one or the other. So I mean, Exploit is preferred, I guess, but Frigid Finesse is also extremely good too. Yeah, I got max life, Frigid Finesse, useless. That amulet if you want to have it. I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna hold off because I mean, me not having the amulet I want for this build right now will give me a reason to kind of farm for it, if that makes sense. Like I think that's the reason why I don't really like being handed gear. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it from the chat for sure. I don't mind elixirs because elixirs is one. It's a whole different thing. But like I like being able to like find the piece I need and then like craft it and all that jazz or whatnot. If I was given the pieces already, then like my journey becomes over for that build. Even if it isn't like a great piece, you know what I mean? But I do appreciate it. Like I do appreciate, you know, people want to help. I 100%, you know, appreciate it. But I do like the idea of going, I actually do kind of like this setup. I'm gonna go gamble some amulets now or farm for the amulet that I really want, those kind of things, because then that gives me more life to the season to keep playing, if that makes sense. Do you find hitting mobs difficult at point blank range or rapid fire? I mean, it is, but generally speaking, I don't like being point blank range anyways, so I try not to be at all costs. But yes, it is hard. The trajectory doesn't make things easy either, so that's another thing. Okay, I guess now it's time to take some other chests now, so I can get some more angel breaths. I will say I am definitely squishier than when I was playing Heartseeker. I don't have the cheap shot board. I don't have a slow per se. So I'm gonna have to be very careful when I'm playing this in the pit. Either that or like remove share measure or something for a might. Or even cheap shot would actually work out as well. Not cheap shot, cheaps in general. The reason bow better for Heartseeker is due to being faster and more procs. No one is saying bow is better than crossbow. It's just that on a planner you have to pick one or the other. Right. Same thing with swords and daggers. You pick one or the other in the planner. You can't pick both. But in reality, it's the same DPS really. Bow or crossbow. It's a preference. Lots of people like bows, so I put bow in the planner so I don't have to answer like 50 DMs a day as far as why my planner is the only one that has a crossbow attached to it for Heartseeker. That's the only reason. Honestly, that's the only reason why I put bow in the planner. But I prefer crossbow on Heartseeker just because I like the way it sounds. Yeah, I spent way too much time there. Let's go. Oh, now hold the dogs out. Like actually playing the game isn't something we can tolerate. Bow has superior drip though. Oh, it does. Absolutely, no question. Like it's not even a contest. Whatsoever on that front. But because I do like playing bow like with rapid fire or whatever like that, I don't mind doing it. Are you serious? I couldn't take the chest. Oh, I guess it's still there. I can't afford. Wait, what do you mean I can't afford to unlock? Oh, I guess I couldn't because the thing is over. I couldn't freaking get the chest. So here's the thing. I know this is probably a minor complaint. Why can't I just channel a chest and just take the hits and just die? Why does like only a few hits up to a certain percentage it's always interrupting, especially considering how dense Helltide is, which is great. I love this. Like I love that Helltide is very dense, but it's like being able to be interrupted that easily with that much density, man, like that's just not cool.
It is done.
It was okay before when it wasn't that dense, but now it's just kind of like more of an annoyance. It's just same thing with teleporting out. Is the event live now? No, not yet. It's not even the right day right now for Blizzard. Keep in mind Blizzard is PST, and right now Blizzard time is 11:55 p.m. meaning it is still June 5th for them. I think. Yeah, it's June 5th for them right now. So I don't think they will release the thing a day early. And once it does hit midnight for them, they're probably sleeping, not at the office. So do not expect the event to happen for like another, like, at the minimum 12 hours from now. I mean, you can call them if you want. You know, call, wake them up, be like, bro, it's midnight, y'all time, man. It's technically 6/6. You know, start the damn event. Put some clothes on, go back to the office, hit the switch. We all waiting. And mega high endgame, you want fastest attack frames with 13, and Bo helps with that. Well, technically speaking, it's still like Ava came into chat and said that doesn't even really matter. Ava actually came into chat and said that crossbow is actually a teeny bit better. Like a teeny bit, but nothing that actually makes a real difference in the clear. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I've been preaching that for like the longest. It legit doesn't matter. Even like the highest up. I think Mippy's 134 clear with less valuable gear than the other 3 people who did it. He did it with a crossbow. And I'm glad he did, because I swear everyone kept, well, not say everyone, but people didn't really too much believe me when I said it's really worth the saying, because everyone was doing bow. It's like, no, bow must be more damage, right? Because everyone else is doing it. I'm like, no, it's just a comfort pick, right? It's easier to proc your siphoning strikes or undying or Umbros, which makes more sense for survivability. But in terms of DPS, it's really the same thing. So when I saw Mippy actually do it with the crossbow, I posted on his video, I'm like, crossbow gang, rise up. You still selling the Stygian stones for gold, or have a new way? I cannot keep gold in your inventory. Well, I mean, if I'm selling gold to you, then you still wouldn't have gold, right? Or you want me to buy them from you? Is that what you mean? Bow better than crossbow? You think it is, but it's not. Do I use a repeating aspect? Not with the Scoundrel's Kiss ring. Without it, yes. With it, no. How can you say that Heartseeker is double dipping? I have never seen a 1 billion crit. Well, I mean, Heartseeker actually has hit for 1 billion. 2 billion actually. Well, the victimize proc did, not the actual Heartseeker itself, but the victimize proc actually hit for 1 billion, 2 billions. But the theory is that there's something going on with how damage is being calculated with the minions versus bosses. So you're gonna only see that damage number versus a boss with ads, which is why if you notice for Heartseeker pushes, you literally have to have a boss with ads or you're not gonna clear. How am I making gold? I sold a really GG pair of pants. Before I was selling Stygian stones, but I found a double GA Heartseeker dexterity pants that was actually worth more than like 2 billion, 3 billion gold. Sold it to a friend in chat for 1.3 billion gold, and kind of been hovering around that ever since. Is it worth to salvage Ring of Starless to craft Harlingren Crest? Just playing hard. If you're just playing Heartseeker, then yes. But I mean, Starless can be useful for some other builds on other classes. Poison Barrage is useful for that too, in case you ever want to play that. But if you have no intent on playing either of those, then yeah, you can salvage that for the Shaco. Twister crossbow yesterday. See what's up. Issues noticeably slower, but chunks monsters out noticeably harder too. Well, I mean that's the point, right? You know, crossbow hits harder, bow hits or shoots faster. If bow hits harder and shoot faster, then you would never use a crossbow, right? And also vice versa. How much do the Stygian stones go for? I don't know anymore. It's like maybe like 9-10 mil now, but it used to be 25 mil back when I was selling. But now there's a dupe out right now, so that's why the value of the stones have dropped. This song right now that's playing has very significant meaning for me, because one of the best groups I ever taught, or one of my best indoor percussion groups I've ever taught, or had the pleasure of like raising the teacher or whatever. Most of them ended up being seniors after the 4 years or whatever. And we did a show called Forever Radio, and this was like the last tune in that. Or I arranged this tune for indoor percussion for our championship run, and it was like the coolest thing ever, man. Those kids actually absolutely killed it, man. So every time I hear the song, I always think back to 2014 indoor championships where we took home the gold medal, and like this was like the last song in that show, and the judges loved it, and like the crowd went nuts because of course. Think of your, well, I guess if you don't know anything about indoor percussion, you wouldn't know. But yeah, lots of teenage girls in the crowd usually for these championships. So, yeah. So this song went hard for them, and yeah. So every time I hear the song, like I go back to that and I'm like, man, I absolutely miss those kids, man. I wonder what they're doing. I know what most of them are doing because most of them still keep in contact. But there are a few I'm just like, I wonder what he's doing, or I wonder what she's doing, kind of thing, like in life now, like that kind of thing. What do I want here? A crit dex. I guess attack speed. Attack speed or crit chance, I guess would be okay. More so attack speed because I think I can get my precision just fine. Very minimum, I guess I'll take maximum health. I don't know if Sleep is here. Sleep was one of my students who played in that show. There you go, attack speed. All right. All right. I guess we're out of the other mats too, so I guess we'll do some pit. I guess we're gonna start pretty low because my gear ain't all that. I guess we'll just do cold imbuement, I guess. Scoundrel's Kiss first, and then we'll work our way to not having the ring. Heartseeker, Barrage, or Rapid Fire. I mean, depends on what you like, man. Have you seen the gameplay of all three yet? Bro, where can you get the Haptic character? That was a season 3 transmog, battle pass transmog. It's back up to 23 mil now. The Stygian stones, really? Oh, nice. I guess, did Blizzard do something? Did Blizzard do like a wipe or something of some sort? Because usually that's kind of what happens, but I think people would have made content about it if that happened. So I don't know. When I play, I see icons that above like pink eye. What does that mean? Mean like the little here? It basically means that it has GA on it, like a greater affix on it. Is what you see the pink eye. I guess you call it pink eye, right? Yeah. All right, so we're gonna attempt this 70 and see what that feels like with my level of gear. I'm not sure. I just paid 4 million each for 20. Less than 20 minutes ago, really? Okay, well then I don't know. I guess not. I don't have a unstoppable at all. Oof. Ow. Oh, that hurt. Am I sure? Hold on. Let me make sure I am capped. I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. No. I'm missing fire race and core. Really? Huh. Okay, well that explains some of that. Okay. I guess maybe somebody was running an instance in town, and so I thought I was capped. All right, well I guess we can fix that. That's an easy fix. But it's gonna have to be out afterwards. God, that hurt. Just a couple of hits. Why would people buy gear? You move the fun in the game. Everybody plays for different reasons. Every person's version of fun is different, right? You may not agree with their way of fun, but it's not hard to understand. Also, wait a minute. Why is my ping? Okay, no. Okay, we have to start this over. Let me log back and log back in. Or leave game, because okay. Guess I'm not gonna be able to. Leave me alone. Oh, okay. All right, bro. You asked for it. You asked for it. Thoughts on tempering? You made your mind up that it needs tweaking slightly. I actually don't mind. I think breaking actually is what makes tempering a unique system, so I don't necessarily mind it as much. I have two issues with it though. One, I feel like 5 chances for both tempers total is just not enough. In my opinion, I feel like it should be 5 per temper if in general. And two, if you're going to do tempering like that, or if tempering is going to be a thing, then we need more useful affixes. It's like it's not balanced between the classes at all whatsoever. Like it's hard to kind of break an item on a necro because there are many things that are somewhat useful. On a rogue, you have categories where only one thing is useful. So like if you get a stat you don't want, the item literally becomes useless. You can't use it for anything else. There are almost no other builds you can even think about using it for. So like it just becomes a complete brick versus a like, you know, oh well I didn't get what I want, but I guess I could use it with such and such. Like on a rogue you don't really get that option. So I feel like they need to do better with making more useful options per se for tempering. They just really haven't done that. So which route do I want to go here? Alright, so that should fix my problem. At least with the resistances. 69.5 really? Is that how you're gonna be, game? Is that how you're gonna be? Is that how you truly gonna be? Fine. There. Could just remove that because I'll still be capped, right? Yeah, I can just remove that instead. Actually have to take that so we can get the maximum life again. Right. How can you say a Heartseeker is double dipping? I have never seen the ability crit yet. Well, I mean, technically, okay. So Heartseeker is not double dipping. Victimize is double dipping. So that's an so what we're saying is still accurate. Since victimize doesn't crit, that's why you haven't seen 1 billion damage from a yellow number yet. Would he suggest increasing temporary chances with each great edifice? Actually, it was someone in his chat who suggested that, and then Woody was like, "Hey, that's a good idea." But yeah, that's we have to talk about that in the podcast too. What I think about allowing the purchases for additional tempering. I think if you do that, then you end up like falling into the, you know, a very similar concept that Masterworking already has. The fact that you can break an item is what makes tempering somewhat more unique. Whether we like breaking anything or not, that's what separates it from Masterworking. So if we can just somewhat reset the temper, I guess, or can temper endlessly as long as you have mass for it, then you kind of defeat the purpose of risk versus reward in a sense, because then you'll just temper forever. So I think again, the bricking of it and giving it a risk reward system sort of is cool. I just don't think that I think the risk is just too large at the moment versus the reward. So if they tune that, I think the breaking is okay. It's just not okay in the current sense because of how rare the good stuff is on tempers versus what you actually want, and only having 5 tries to do so. But I think the concept is fine. But I guess what you can do is you can suggest like a currency or something that can increase the number of tempers, but you still get a max. Like you can't go above 10 or something. So you still can brick, but you can farm for a material to increase the amount of tempers up to a certain point. Now that would be fine because then you're not changing the concept of it, and you're giving something else to do. Who in chat remembers this music video? You staying up late at night on either BET or MTV videos or whatever, and it's like always number 1 or number 2 with Wild Wild West video from Will Smith being number 1 or number 2. You guys remember that, right? Because you already knew what the top 2 music videos were when this came out or when this was out. I remember being a teenager and I'm like, bro, I'm gonna push all the red buttons in that video. Every red button I see, I'm gonna push all of them. For those who are in YouTube land, I'm talking about the No Scrubs song. And also, or music video. Jumping. Bubba's jumping. Yeah. I remember staying up to watch Beavis and Butthead. Bill, sorry, I don't have the link to it, but it's technically the Maxroll rapid fire build that I did. Wait, what? Wait, did he just get deleted? Like he got staggered and deleted with the same rapid fire. Isn't that what happened? I swear I like saw him have like almost near full health and then like it just went to 0. Hey chat, what are you using to make the arrows lob? Scoundrel's Kiss. It's at 420 clear times. I just found a crossbow with 160% vulnerable damage to fix. Should I replace your bow with this? I don't know what your regular bow is. And at that point, it just depends. Do you like the bow or crossbow better in that sense? But if the crossbow is an upgrade from your regular bow, then sure. What about increasing tempers? What about increasing the amount of tempers every 4 levels of masterworking? It resets the amount of tempers or adds 5 more. That's actually kind of an interesting thing that I guess can correlate between the two systems. Yeah, I guess maybe every or I guess every 4 ranks. Well, the problem is that like what if you reset the masterwork? Then what happens? Right. So like if masterworking was permanent, I think that would work. But the moment that you reset the masterwork, then what happens? Like, do you reset all your tempers too? Like, you run pit 100 all day. Isn't it boring to not have a challenge? You say it doesn't make sense. I think your rogue just can't get any further than pit 135. Huh? When did I say that? Okay, I'm confused. So you're saying I say it doesn't make sense? I say what doesn't make sense? And I'm honestly not even trying to get my road to go past pit 135. I think pushing is a massive waste of time in my opinion for what you get and what you have to do. And there's also outside of my gear range, so, and the fact that I don't want to spend any real money for a shot at a 135 eventually. But the other two things, I don't understand what you're saying because I don't know what you said that doesn't make sense. I'm level 85 on my rogue. Will items for the oboe vendor be below 925 until you hit 95? I think so. You need god rolls and billions to go past 135 on a rogue. Well, the thing about it is that it's not even just that. You also need time. People don't realize how many hours and how many hundreds of times these people have failed to try to get the 134 as it is. And it's kind of like, you know, it's just, I think it's asinine when someone said, well, just do the 135. I'm like, you want to give me about 48 hours? Like just a random 48 hours that doesn't conflict with anything else I do in a day for the shot at a 135. Oh, and also, can you give me like a couple of $100, maybe $1,000 to also buy the gear necessary for it too as well? While you're at it. Like it's just kind of like some people would do it, right? And then there's others that just don't want to do it. Like, and I am in that class of where I don't want to do it because I don't find it satisfying to clear high tier pits. The only part of high tier pits I actually like doing is the boss, because at least the boss, you know, is somewhat challenging as long as you're not out gearing it. But the rest of it is pretty much child's play for decent gear class. Of course, it makes sense to push. Well, Zion, I think at that point it just becomes a difference in what people find fun, right? I don't disagree with you that you don't want to that you want to see how strong your character is, but I can literally just do the math to tell you, hey, that my character has the ability to clear such and such without actually having to do such and such. Because a lot of pit right now isn't really necessarily skill based. It's do you have the gear and the time and the theoretical shot to actually clear it. So I can literally just do a spreadsheet and be like, oh yeah, my row can do this without actually having to do it, as long as everything else theoretically lines up. Right. But right now, I just don't find the gameplay of high tier pits fun at the moment. In fact, I actually find the speed gameplay more fun than the push gameplay. Which honestly, for Diablo 3, it was actually the opposite for me. I actually found pushing, when you got the right maps and whatnot, more fun than the speed gameplay. So I actually would, you know, fish and push more often, despite how much I complain about, you know, fishing and all that stuff. For someone that watches both you on the stream that pushes 135 plus, you're way more entertaining. The other lad is just engrossed in the game to be able to talk with the stream. Nothing wrong with that, but much rather watch you chill and talk about stuff. Well, so here's the thing with that too as well. And like, again, I would never blame the streamer or whatever like that for it. But if you actually really want to watch someone push, you will be bored out of your mind. For someone who's truly trying to push in the road. Do you really want to see me leave a bunch of maps over and over and over and over again to get the right mob type, to get the right map tile? Do you want to see me go all the way to the end just to leave because I didn't get the right boss over and over and over again?
We just got raided, son.
Sarah
You
with
know
the
how we
raid.
do.
You know what? We're gonna
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
We're gonna do it. Midway.
Sheezy.
Out. Sarah, what is happening?
Maxroll raided my stream with 330 views.
Appreciate the raid on. How are you doing? Loving the dance every time. I had to go back to the previous level to make sure I can do the dance, because of course these snakes were gonna mob me. Anyhow, welcome in raiders. I'm actually messing around with the rapid fire setup. My gear is pretty thrift shop for this particular setup, so don't expect anything super amazing to come out of it. But I decided I wanted to do something different than the Heartseeker I've been doing for a while, so We'll be doing rapid fire with the Scoundrel's Kiss ring and without the ring because I kind of hate the lob. But I kind of want to give the lob more of a chance before I truly say I hate the lob. But yes.
Need more time.
That is hilarious when that happens. Would I pick a combination dagger? Not worth most of the time. I say most of the time, but that not worth if you have a good tempered sword or a dagger or whatnot. Do you think a victimized rapid fire with full lick hits possible? It is not. I tried. I actually tried before this stream. I tried before this stream to do it, and I couldn't do it. I truly tried. Just it's just not enough lucky hit. It's normal that you want to see a full power action over gym in Endgame content, but there's no rogue 135 shaft for 2 weeks. That's because no one wants to do it. No one wants, like 136 is possible right now, but people don't want to do it. Even Mippy took off, like Mippy literally is not playing the game for a week. You want to know why? You want to know why he's not playing the game for a week? And Mippy is like the ultimate competitor. Like he loves competing in everything. Anything competitive in an action RPG he will do. And he took off a week. Like he's not even going for the 135 anymore. He just doesn't want to do it anymore. Like people just don't want to do it. It's not fun. It's not fun content to do, but you feel like you have to because it's the only thing left. Right? So people who are doing it, you know, let me phrase that. There are some people who actually do enjoy the pushing part of it. I would say a larger majority doesn't like the activity. Like, have you noticed Lucky Luciano, who's also a top rogue player? Did you see him pushing pits? No. Like some of us just don't like the activity at the high end. So yeah, sure. We do want to see how strong our builds are and whatnot, and you want to test it, sure, but not at the sake of not enjoying ourselves doing it. Because he can't do it. Really, Zion? You really think Mippy can't do it? Newsflash, I'm gonna tell you this much. Mippy actually almost had the 135 had he not made like a small error and died on the spirit boss or whatever. He would have had the 135 clear. But it took him forever to get that spirit boss, and it literally mentally drained him from wanting to do it again for a little while. Like that was it. It's not a fact. It's not an idea of whether rogues can or cannot do it. I don't think you know what it takes to actually push like that. Like the mental fortitude it takes to do that. The amount of fishing it requires. The amount of hours, almost days of trying a single like level or whatever. But yeah, Mippy would have had the 135 had he not made like the small error. And I'm sure he made that error because he was tired. He was pushing all freaking day. Had he did that run fresh, he would have had the 135. Also, several rogues who got the 134 said a 136 is possible. So, ever try a poison robot in Endurance Helm? No, because I don't have an Andariel's Helm. Did you watch Robin? We couldn't fish for 4 hours for a boss they could clear, but they had to fish 4 hours to do it once. Yeah, like that kind of. Yeah, that's not. I think saying that people should like doing that is a really interesting way of like defining someone's fun. Why do you not like fishing for hours upon hours for one boss? What's wrong with you? I think that's just kind of a weird thing to say. Some people like it, but I would say a majority of players probably don't want to do that. No matter how good they are, no matter how well geared they might be, some people just don't want to do that. That'll be my last comment on that because I don't want to derail the chat with that. I guess I think the notion of pushing it is not what people really think it really is. People see the YouTube clears, right? Last statement on that. Now I'm moving on. People see the YouTube clears and think, oh, he's so good. He keyed in that 130 whatever or 150 whatever and got it in the first try. I mean, I wish I had the gear so I can do it in the first try, and it's completely oblivious of the process of what it takes to do that. Because all you see is the result. You don't see what went into it. All you see was the result after he tried 400 times of failing. So his win percentage of that 150 is like what? 1%, like less than 1% win rate of that particular riff, whatever like that pit. J. Robin can also clear to boss in 3 minutes regardless of mob types happening. So, yeah, because I mean the pit itself, like the pit itself for some classes, especially, it's like a cakewalk. Which is again one of those things where it's like all the way up into the boss, there isn't much skill expression, and it all looks the same, especially once you have godlike gear. Heartseeker or Rapid Fire better? I mean, Heartseeker technically Heartseeker is a little better. We're gonna do this with Shadow Imbuement now, which is probably a very bad idea, but we're gonna do it anyways. Any chance of having victimized Rapid Fire with max lucky hit? No. I tried it off stream earlier today. You cannot get enough lucky hit to make it worth it, unfortunately. Did I see Mippy's Elemental Surge build? Yeah, I saw it. Unfortunately, it got gutted on live, but yeah, I saw it on PTR. Did I play Poison Barrage? No. Wow. Bruh. I'm literally pointing in front of the mob and I'm still overshooting. Rapid fire using Andarios? No. I mean, you cannot with rapid fire. Andarios is only good with one setup. You might can do it with poison barrage, but it's only really good with like the puncture flurry thing that Azario put out. Because remember, Andarios is a proc related build. Nothing about rapid fire is proc related at all. Nor can you make it that way. Comes with case rapid fire still broken. It's not broken, they fixed it, but it still feels very the lob just feels weird to me. No matter like how I slice it, I don't really like the lob. Maybe I'd be okay with it if the the AoE was like doubled in size or whatever. It's very awkward on console because you can't really aim it the way like where you want because it's tab targeting, so you miss a lot. So either speed up the velocity of the arrow so it hits faster, like more instantaneous or whatever, I guess. I'm CC'd. Really? Get off me. Get off me. Or make the AoE like twice as large. Or just remove the lob effect itself and just make it explosion, like explosive arrow. I prefer option 3 really, but I mean it's strong when it hits. Keyword when it hits. Do I think movement speed after evade boosts are bad? Yes. Because you're already at max movement speed, so you can't go over max movement speed if you're already max movement speed. However, you don't necessarily need the other implicits on boots, but it just helps. We're gonna keep doing this, whoever that is. Appreciate the prime. You wanna know when the current season ends? It probably tells you on the whatchamacallit, like the title screen or whatever. I would assume probably what it came out to May, June, July. Probably sometime in August. Probably in August. Also low end with the prime as well. There's probably gonna be. I wonder if they're gonna do like a PTR for season 5. So maybe we might get some like So June we'll play we'll play the game or whatever like that. We'll get like a mid-season patch maybe in end of June or something. And then like the mid-July, we'll probably get like a PTR if they do a PTR or something like that. So I think we actually have a pretty good timetable to kind of keep the game kind of interesting for a while. Do you have any poison rogue builds in your back pocket this season? No, not my back pocket. No. Go to 90 now, but man, I feel really like squishier than normal. Do you think movement speed after evade boosts are bad for Heartseeker? Well, I mean, you're already at max movement speed, so like that affix becomes pretty useless if once you have all the other stuff. You think forceful arrow can work? It can. That's what I'm gonna do next. Actually, that's actually what I do with traditional rapid fire. Is forceful arrow. I will say I do like the lob when there's Waller around. That really helps a lot. Waller and like the champ packs or whatever, because then you can literally like focus them like specifically or whatever without other things getting in the way. So there is advantages to the lob effect, but I think the disadvantages is definitely outweighs the advantages here. You think they're bringing back Shadow Twisting Blaze? Now, when you say bring back, what do you mean? It's still here, just that Shadow Twisting Blaze actually just... I mean, it's really all about the Poison Twisting Blaze. That was actually what was broken because it was bugged for a while. Shadow was always considered inferior for Twisting Blades. So they never nerfed that, I guess you could say. What a song! I know, right? Weird Al is it's awesome. Wow, that hurt. Or get better off doing 79, 89, 99 as it bumps to 10s or hardly any more rewarding. I mean, technically, yeah. That's true. Mavs or Celtics? I'd rather see Mavs win, to be honest, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Build? Sorry, this is a rapid fire. The Maxroll guide on the Maxroll rapid fire guide with a couple of tweaks. So we're gonna play it somewhat old school rapid fire. There we go. We'll still do 90. That's kind of where my gear level is right now, roughly, for like a semi speed, I guess.
Time.
Only thing about the Forcer arrow though is that because you don't get a double hit, sometimes you have to do like a 4-to-1 ratio instead of a 3-to-1 ratio to make sure you get the precision stack, which that means you're shooting, you know, a little more basic attacks, than you might want. But it is definitely safer. You proc retribution basically, like instantly, for the knockback. That was a one shot, nice. I went around a big circle. Get some math back far enough where I if I can actually hit him. Yeah, that's also true. But there's definitely some trade-offs to that though. Also, boss fights might actually kind of be a little tricky because, you know, you have to actually aim the arrow. So. Hey, thanks for the road builds on Maxroll. Yeah, man, you're welcome. I enjoy doing them. My arrows went off the cliff. That's pretty hilarious. Appreciate the follows. Which punctures to the Heartseeker whenever it's any good. For what build? You mean like this? Or you mean like replacing Heartseeker and a victimize build but go puncture instead? How's my recovery? I probably do need to get up and walk around. Thanks for the reminder. I have not done so. Just wondered yesterday how long does it take for you to do one of those because they're pretty detailed. Oh, you mean the rapid fire build? Not too long, honestly. Precision builds aren't hard to gear up for. Heartseeker is definitely a little harder to gear up for. All right, let me walk around. I will say the gameplay is kind of neat. I'm still, I don't know. I'll be right back. Let me walk. Alright, Sam. Build. Sorry, I need to update the build. Is actually now the Maxroll rapid fire build that I'm doing. Replace Heartseeker with puncture, so victimize. Oh, you can do that. It won't be as effective, but you can. Like, it's actually not that bad if you do it that way. Something about Elise falling over when stunned in your Heartseeker build is hilarious to me. You mean like in this current build right now? You mean with Forceful Arrow? I really like Forceful Arrow a lot, but I do have to do a 4-to-1 ratio to make it work, or roll crit chance. Some more other places to make it work for a 3-to-1 ratio, which I definitely don't have right now. I have, I might have to think about that in a different manner later. Epic chair streams. Joseph, what's going on? I want to hear something stupid. So I was on the stream this channel this week. We started talking about RPG and Diablo. Some douchebag. Okay, gotcha. Said the PvE and Diablo are the same. So all RPGs are the same. I was really shout up to do, and then go away to play with your sister before. I'm trying to piece all that together. You understood 3 of those words? Okay, so you were upset because they were saying that all action RPGs are the same. Because PoE and Diablo are the same. Is that the gist of the story? Well, obviously, that's a hot take. That's a massive hot take. I would never say such a thing, for sure. All right, let's experiment. So here's a cool thing I just thought about while I was walking around. So if Forcer Arrow knocks down, and I have a small % chance to proc Shadow Crash, which is a stun, and I do have a stun on my gear, that's basically instant retribution all the time. Not instant, but retribution like a lot of the time. Which is pretty massive. Also, I want to pick up those because I actually forgot to do that. I don't need that, but I do need the lucky hit chance though. And we'll take Shadow Crash. That's why I'm using Shadow and Beam for now. Let's do another run with this, and then we're gonna do it without the ring. And put some rapid fire without the ring. Everyone was on him was beautiful. Every action RPG. I mean, I guess that's not really a. I mean, I guess if he really enjoys every like action RPGs, I mean, every action RPG does have its flair, I guess. But is the curse aspect better or the ring on the roll better? Typically speaking, an aspect is worth more than a stat in terms of DPS is concerned. So generally, if you can save an aspect by rolling it as a stat, then you're gonna gain more DPS that way generally. For instance, like 9% crit chance or 9% lucky hit chance or 9% attack speed, it's not going to be worth more than like a 15 to 30% damage aspect. You see what I'm saying? As a stat. Oof, that hurt. I didn't repair. Oh yeah. Yeah, wasn't even paying attention. in your rings and your guide, you don't have vulnerable damage on it. Is it not so good? Well, so think about how much vulnerable damage we take everywhere else and how much crit chance and lucky hit chance we don't get to have. So generally speaking, on the rings or whatever and the glove are spots that you can really only get crit from, either lucky hit crit or crit chance or attack speed from. Whereas vulnerable you can get almost everywhere else. So you gotta balance the stats for the most part. You do want vulnerable, but you can temper vulnerable, you can roll vulnerable everywhere. You're still tempering vulnerable on those pieces, right? Like you're still tempering vulnerable on rings, you're tempering it on a glove. So I mean, you have plenty of vulnerable. You got vulnerable in your weapons with the sapphire. So there are diminishing returns on that stat because you have so much of it, even though you want it. Am I software or hardcore? You know, I'm pretty sure you know I'm software. I just died earlier in the rift and I came back to life. So that probably should tell you. So can bosses get vulnerable? Yes. Yes, you can make. What was that really long CC? Seriously? That was like a 3-second CC. That's what I get for not running a CC break on this, right? You say it does. There's no way to knock down the mobs on the barrage guide. Are you sure? Look on the barrage guide again. Just to confirm something for me. Look on the barrage guide again and look under skills and see if you see any points into a. Oh, my gear's broken. I guess I gotta start over again. Look and see if there's any points into a passive called trick attacks. What I could do is make that point more clear, but I'm pretty sure trick attacks is taken in under skills. And you are running a stun temper, so you at least get half the value at the very minimum if you're not taking that whatchamacallit. All right, we're gonna not do the ring this time. I think I'm kind of over the ring. Let's do it without. But when you want to come up point precision, you go crit only, yes. Well, because of the fact that crit scales with precision, just like vulnerable scales with victimize. So you only pick the damage type that correlates with your passive, your key passive on a rogue. That is how that works. Hello? Heartseeker rogue here. Yesterday I switched on the weapon. I had a topaz because damage raised a bit more. No, you said damage raised a bit more. Don't look at the tooltip. Do not look at the tooltip. If we're talking about the tooltip, that is the worst place to look for it at. It's literally the same damage. Topaz, sapphires, doesn't matter. Literally, if you want to actually do the math on a perfected build, topazes are worth, before topazes is worth 0.01% more damage than sapphires. Has the anniversary event started yet? Nope. It is 1:00 a.m. Blizzard's time. If you want, you can give them a call, tell them to wake up and go to headquarters and flip the switch. Do I remember what my lucky hit chance was on my Heartseeker build? 47% without the elixir. I got 46% lucky hit chance, 46% attack speed, 29% crit, 59 vulnerable damage. Is this fine? I mean, looks good. Now, is it 14? So here's the thing: when people say I have this much vulnerable damage, are you looking at the stat in the stat sheet, or are you looking at the victimize key passive? And if you're looking at the victimize key passive, are you looking at it in town or out of town? Because they give you 3 different readings. It sucks that is that way. It really does suck that is that way. But literally, they give you 3 different readings. Okay, so now let's pick a different ring. I kind of want to try to use this one. But I already have one for rapid fire that I could use right now, like this one. Yeah, so I guess I can go ahead and just use this immediately. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that instead of trying to get a new ring for now. We'll upgrade or whatever later, if need be. People forgetting that victim damages from victimized explosion, not Heartseeker. Yep.
Cuts and clarity. What suits you? Here you are.
Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, so here we're going to do Edge Masters now. You say, I'm sorry, correct. It does run trick attacks. Thing is, I'm running Smoke Grenade. I am also running Smoke Grenade in addition to Cow Traps. That's why I don't have them. I mean, typically trick attacks works even with like you have concussive, which means you're dazing them. So regardless of smoke grenade or not, so you're dazing them, and if you crit on a dazed enemy, they're knocked down. And then you have a stun temper as well, so you should be able to get knocked down and stun on Barrage. With that, what I could do is I could make that point more clear. In general, so I could do a better job of making that more clear going forward. But yeah, you do have the tools to be able to take advantage of retribution. Wait, you said +4 ranks is a bug, right? For what? A big DPS loss. So because you have ranks of rapid fire on the glove and the helm, keep in mind that plus ranks is also has diminishing returns. So every rank you get on top of the previous rank is worth a little less, a little less, a little less, a little less. Don't get me wrong, it's still really strong. Like it's still better than some stats you can get on a regular whatever, but it's not like 100% or 50% or whatnot. Like, so losing the ring itself would be, so losing the ring itself is like one aspect, right? Like the unique affix is one aspect. So that's about 25%. You can make that up for it with an aspect. The +4 ranks of rapid fire is going to be a little hard because that's giving you about 22% more DPS. So how do you make up the 22% more DPS? Well, you get a ring with crit damage, and crit damage tempers is going to sort of alleviate some of that. But what makes the unique ring so good is that the rapid fire rates can go up to +7 or whatever like that if you get a GA or whatever. That is ridiculously good. But also because it has AoE, so you can hit multiple things now with this. So it's the way it works mechanically is why it's strong, not necessarily the ring itself stats wise. If that makes sense. So like on a single target, honestly, you can make rapid fire without the ring hit almost as hard as rapid fire with the ring on a single target. It's the AoE that becomes difficult to make up because now you have to run repeating, and you have to kind of hope that you can get enough repeating arrows or shoot in a straight line or something to be able to get some decent amount of clearing. So that's kind of where the difference is between running the ring and not running the ring, if that makes sense. So that's the tricky part. What about the dagger that gives you 40% core damage? The problem is that you lose tempers. So you lose, additional rapid fire pierces. You lose, or well, not pierces, but I guess projectiles. You lose a lot of crit damage as well. So the dagger itself, and you lose an aspect. So like I have to replace an aspect with that. So I could go this. You see this dagger right here? I could use this dagger, but I lose like how much crit damage? Like 220% crit damage. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what makes it rough. Now, can it be good or useful? Technically, yeah, kind of. It can be, but I honestly don't like. I'll have to re-roll or remasterwork my weapons in order to get the chance to cast rapid fire more often to make up for the fact that I don't have it on this weapon. You see what I'm saying? So like it's a thought that could work, but I'm gonna have to cleverly like masterwork my stuff to make it happen, if that makes sense. Like I would have to literally go back and go, I'm gonna need to like really masterwork the chance to rapid fire projectiles kind of thing. This build better for pit than victimize build? No. It's good. Like it's the second best rogue build per se, but I mean Heartseeker is at the top, but it's still good. They fixed to, what do you mean, rapid fire? But yeah, I mean, I will try a combination dagger, but I just don't think right now. Actually, I might give it a shot because I technically could remove rapid because that's 30%. The combination dagger also gives me basic attack speed, so I only lose a very small part of an aspect. For it. So there might actually be some room, like see there's basic attack speed here, and then once I masterwork it goes up. There might be a smidge of a room to maybe be able to run this. I don't know. We'll play around with it. Anyone know when the March of the Goblins go live? When Blizzard wakes up. It's 1:00 a.m. their time. So I would say between 9 and 13 hours from now would be the guesstimated time frame. All right, so we're gonna try this on the 80 without the ring now. So code and imbuement cast and stuff, sure. Combination set in my dagger spot for all of season 3 because they use it for season 4. I wouldn't even call it useless though.
Rooster42
with the follow tip, appreciation,
$5.
man.
Always use your rogue guides. Made a rogue this season to add crit damage to my barb weapon Slimao. THX for the guides, man, less than 3.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate you. Oh man, I missed a straight shot at rapid fire. Oh man, I could shoot in a straight line and hit things. What is this feeling where I shoot down a straight line and kill things? Oh, that feels so good. Must go to take the roll to roll explode on my amulet. It was like 200 mil, somewhere around that range. Rooster with the sub and the tip. I appreciate you, man. But thanks for the thanks for the support, man. Yo, I missed this version of Rapid Fire, man. So much. All this feels so good. Why can't the arrows just explode? Just let it shoot straight like this and just explode. No, I mean, I love me some more Heartseeker, but I would play this over Heartseeker if the arrows would explode on like Scoundrel's Kiss. Just because I miss Rapid Fire so much. It's funny though that my damage, at least against in the pit right now, on the 80, is quite high. So I'm literally shooting through the mobs. So I'm gonna have to like line them up so my arrows actually hit. Because if my arrows don't hit, they don't ricochet, which means I don't really get any AOE. So. Imagine if Scoundrel's Kiss can ricochet. I mean, it does. It's just it doesn't have the explodey effect when it does ricochet though, and it's actually quite sporadic, meaning it doesn't always hit a target, which is well also a pretty big problem. Oops. See, like I said, like on single target, it's actually somewhat close. Single target damage wise. Why do you need crit chance with this build? I mean, you don't. Go 110 pit. Well, the idea is to compare pit levels from what I was doing with the Scoundrel's Ring versus without. If I do a 110 pit and I didn't do it with the Scoundrel's Ring, then I'm literally not comparing, right? I've only done 80s and 90s so far, so these are the only comparisons I have right now. Also, my gear isn't even like masterwork fully for stuff right now, and I'm missing really good amulets, so I'd rather take my time to farm the mats necessary to upgrade this to be a little bit better, rather than do something that gives me like no reward at the moment. Heartseeker, would I use the amulet with movement speed, lucky hit, chance, reroll, fidget finesse, GA over amulet with crit, attack speed, lucky hit with no GAs. Probably yes. The first one. This is the first amulet. tempers are gone. Oh, they're unstoppable already. Really? Okay. Appreciate the follows. How am I making them unstoppable so fast, though? That's my question. Like, I'm making them unstoppable really fast before I even touch them. Ow, that hurt. This build don't look good. You like the lob effect a little bit better? Gosh. It's a low budget build. Yeah, it's definitely a low budget build. Well, the gear is low budget, put it that way. Let me make sure my lightning res is where it should be. Okay, no, it is. I guess my Dark Shrouds wasn't up. We're giving it a shot. Moving on. Alright. I do CC him quite quickly though. I might actually need to get rid of Shared Misery. Because if I know that sounds funny to say, but I think I might have to get rid of Shared Misery on this. Can you run this with God Slayer? Well, I'm already using the Shaco. I definitely wouldn't. I probably would not trade out Shaco for God Slayer for this. Heartseeker, what a good crit strike chance level when in town. I mean, anywhere between 20 to 30% is actually good. Okay, so we want to get rid of share misery. So let's do that. Let's do hectic, actually. We can do hectic, and then we're gonna go away from shadow and beauty. And go back to cow traps. All right, and because I got cow traps, we're gonna actually go back to Heartseeker. I'm gonna try to keep a 1-to-3 ratio or a 3-to-1 ratio. And I'm thinking about maybe trying a dagger, but we'll continue to do this for a bit. Wait, I'm missing a point. Wait, where did that point go? Sure, we'll do that. Yeah. Now I gotta get used to the button layout, so this might be this might feel a little weird. Chicken, steak, fish, with the other stuff. I don't know. Chicken. If Diddy did diddle dudes, how many dudes did Diddy diddle? All of them. Could Barrage poison be a thing for Pit? Well, I mean, every build can technically do Pit, but you have to be more specific of like what Pit level are you referring to? Because at some point, every build can do some sort of level of Pit, and then every build can't do certain levels of Pits, right? So, like no build can do a 200, but every build can do 100. Can do one Pit 1 or Pit 10 or Pit 20, Pit 30, Pit 40, those kind of things. How many cold chargers I got? Like, I don't know. 6? Should be fine, I think. Do rogues use energy per second for any builds? Probably like a poison barrage thing might actually be it might be decent for that. I completely missed that shot. That was so bad of me. With 6 charges, do I still need hectic? It's more so that I don't have an escape route, so I think having dash on cooldown more often might be more of assistance. I don't know yet. So it's really not about the cold and beam of charges as it is about making sure I have I can reposition more often. Tell you what though, all those damage reduction stuff that I got with Heartseeker that I don't get with Rapid Fire definitely shows. Like all those trap damage reduction stuff and Oh, they're already unstoppable already? Oh, oof.
Need more time.
Ah. I still don't have enough. Oh, no, I do. Got this potion run. Okay. That was weird.
Don't have any potions.
Okay, that's my fault. I did evade into that.
I'm not ready.
Ugh. I actually kind of did better with the Shadow Imbue, believe it or not. But I don't. I guess part of me doesn't understand why, because Shadow Imbue isn't really buffed by precision much. It can't be that effective right now, is it? I mean, it could be, but I don't think so. I'm also still killing small trash mobs too quickly, so I'm not getting the ricochet for the AoE. So I gotta. And man, why are dots like this like absolutely melting me at the moment?
I need more time.
Huh.
I need more time.
Oof, that hurt. Oof. What main build are you using for a pit push T 120 plus? I don't really push pits, so I mean, if I did, it'd probably be Heartseeker, but yeah. Yeah, dude. That is so much poison damage. What is so I know there's a couple of glyphs that you take, and I know Cheap Shot Board also helps out with the Heartseeker thing, but man, is it really that big of a difference in terms of damage reduction? Also, I guess I also has more dodge chance too, probably in that setup too. 'Cause I had a better pair of pants too. So I guess there is that. But man, poison is ripping me, and I'm capped. Or dots are ripping me up that way. Then I have regular, but I didn't have it on my Heartseeker, so like, I guess that's kind of like the comparison, right? Really? Really sharpshooter? Really? I keep forgetting to gamble. We need amulets, don't we? We do. This is build fun. I prefer it to the lob for sure. Like not even close. But you're also looking at me playing with some thrift shop gear at the moment, so I can always lower the pit and then make it look like it's destroying everything. But considering where my gear level is with what I have, I was probably a little too high. I mean, I can make it look like it's blasting things with the appropriate pit level for the gear level that I'm at. If that's what you want me to do. Let's see. Is it good night, you too? Is that? Alright, but what we could do is this though. I actually didn't even use cow traps much at all. Or maybe I can just keep cow traps and remove smoke grenade actually. I guess that's a thought. So we'll do that. Put back in. We're tied back in shadow imbuement. Move that. Put that back there. Or I wonder if I have to put repeating on the two-hander instead of the amulet. Would that make a difference? Actually, let's do that. Even though retribution is godlike right now. I don't know if I want to do that though. Nah, let's leave it as it is. We might change it later. When is the event hit his servers? Do we know? When they wake up? It is 1:41 a.m. Blizzard's time. So I would say 8.5, 9 hours from now at the earliest. Ooh, that hurt. I might have to go Undying instead of having Hectic or whatever. No, that was a bad mistake. Oh, that was a bad mistake. I dashed into that. Does retribution work on frozen enemies too? Stunned and knocked down is what it says.
I need more time.
I gotta not be as aggressive as I'm being because I don't have an unstoppable or whatever. Ah, that hurt. Let me get rid of cow traps too, because I feel like I'm not using that effectively here. Oof.
I'm not ready.
When does the expansion come out with a new character? Later on this year. Like late. How will Heartseeker fall without the bug in comparison to Rapid Fire season? It will probably be like slightly under Rapid Fire without the victimize, honestly. Power wise, that is. Okay, so let's not do cow traps here. I'm gonna go back to smoke grenade. Despite the fact that it has no uses on the boss. We'll do that. Let's do... Actually... No, let me not do that either. I was gonna try some blast trappers. Speaking of which, I'm actually kind of curious about blast trappers. Please go to the smith. J-Mac, what's up? Amulet max life, exploit 1, frigid GA or attack speed, exploit 2, frigid 1. Probably the second one because at least attack speed is useful. New D40 that cannot be bought to grind right now. I just want to kill demons and dungeons and tides. Any advice for speeding it? Do it with friends. Have your friends carry you is probably the fastest way to get that done. Wait, what was that testing? What did I come here for? I totally forgot what I came here for. I completely forgot what I came here for. Okay. All right, well, never mind then. Was it blast trappers? Okay. Yeah. But it was blast trappers. Okay. Okay. This the gym. Yeah, this means I have to put trap back on though for it to work. So I guess we'll put the trap back on real quick.
Father Inarius sacrificed himself to
kind of need to get rid of the ricochet part of it, so. I guess since this is a proc, I can just use Heartseeker, right? Just for testing purposes. Let's do multiple. Actually, let's remove that too. So we'll do. Again. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. I was thinking maybe there might be a bug somewhere with that, but no. So we're gonna put back on the other thing. I actually also want to try the combination dagger. For shits and giggles. We'll do a run with that. But first, let's put our whatchamacallit back. Actually, wait a minute. What did I replace with it? This is what it is. Okay. Yeah, elements. Okay. And we're going to do... Appreciate the follow. Okay, so where is my actual good combination dagger at? I think it's this one. No, this one. We're gonna mash or work this up. I'm gonna miss the extra projectiles though, so that's gonna be a little interesting. But core damage. Damage for duo what a weapons. All awful rolls. I don't even know if I even want to reset or just leave it as is. I kind of wanted to clear on the basic attack so I can just do I won't say a one-to-one replacement, but let's put this somewhere where I don't salvage it so it's on accident. I'll put that there. Alright, so yeah, for funsies. Going back to Saragar. My friends are doing the beast nights run. It seems like they get more Uber than from Duria runs. Surely that's the case, right? I forgot. I need to get rid of cow traps. That's no. It's sarcastic. Like did you do like 200 runs of that? Like I mean you'll need like a a big sample size to kind of conclude something like that, right? Your friends just might have just gotten pretty lucky, I'm pretty sure. When to do Uber Lilith for endgame 100+ win. I mean, generally when you have a pretty decently geared character, probably. And also, you know, if you know the mechanics too as well, because learning the mechanics is not easy if you haven't fought her before. Rapid fire fix? I mean, no. I mean, they fixed it from the patch in which they broke it, so. But the lob is still, you know, the lob. I forgot to change out the hectic, by the way. Is it elated? 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 I appreciate you, man. Oh, CC'd. CC'd again. Rapid fire unique ring before bug fix or after bug fix? Which part are you talking about? Are you talking about like PTR to live, or are you talking about like live rapid fire, then they broke it, then they fixed it, that portion? Or because there's like different phases of this. Oh, last week buzz fix. I felt like it felt better before, honestly. I don't really know what they really did per se, but like aiming it is a bit, or hitting it, or getting it to hit on the pixel as if like it's as if the pixel is not, or the pixel from where you're shooting your cursor at, it's not accurate. That's kind of what it feels like to me. Oh, rename. I read that. I read that message. I was gonna respond to it, but I didn't have time before stream. Oh, what the Waller. Jeez, how are you getting crowd control before I even finish my whatchamacallit? I think my Heartseeker is getting these things unstoppable before I even get my rapid fire off sometimes. It's like, yeah, they're already CC immune, and I feel like I barely hit them with rapid fire. But I do like the straight shooting and a rapid fire considerably better than the lob. But getting the AoE to really like happen in the same way that the lob gives you AoE, no matter how small it is, it just makes this counter kiss like just more effective overall, just because you can hit more things without having to change up an aspect for it. And that's always kind of like a harsh reality to accept. Snakes without a CC break is always rough. Yeah, like they're already CC immune, and I don't even know how they got CC immune that quickly. Huh. If I try to end Dario's build, I can't. Am I selling Stygian stones? I only have like 9. I actually might keep them because I might actually have to need them when I make a druid later this week. Why am I not using the ring? I was earlier. I kind of wanted to play without the ring as well. That's why. Quite frankly, I don't like the ring in general. But it's hard to deny, like, obviously how strong it is when, you know, when it lands where you want it to land. Did the end of that explosion hit me? It did. Except what's going on? because like repeating has its own issues too as well, and it's a very weird issue sometimes depending on like the difficulty of the content, right? I much prefer like straight line repeating in a sense, but I honestly wish repeating would still ricochet after you kill a target. The fact that when it kills a target, it doesn't ricochet really makes it weird in some case scenarios. Whereas like you can't one shot them, otherwise you don't get the repeating and therefore you don't get the AoE. But then there are scenarios where ow. Two. Thoughts on God Slayer Crown for Rogue? Depends on the build. You can do it for Heartseeker, but only for speed farming though. I wouldn't push with it. If the enemy is close on console, the ring makes rapid fire miss completely. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad on console. Do I only play softcore? Up to this point, I have, because my connection is like has been very inconsistent. I don't know if you like watched the Woody Joe podcast, like the most recent Woody Joe podcast with me, Woody Joe, DM, and Chronics, but I disconnected during the podcast. So that pretty much tells you everything you need to know about my connection. And they all laugh and they're just like, "Yep, that sounds like the Oxide connection." Totally sounds like that's it. Okay. We're gonna do one more without the ring, and then we're gonna do a couple of more with the ring. We'll keep it at 90 because I think that's kind of my test point for my pretty thrift shop setup here. Wish your beloved Flurry is more useful. I know. Couldn't get to the champ mob in time. I feel weird. There we go. That took a little bit, but that's fine. All that, man, so much CC. You know when the free items go to store? I will say not yet. Did you ever make a guide on like how I move around? Not yet. Honestly, I guess a part of me feel like people are not gonna want to know what I'm doing when they find out what I'm actually doing, because the method that I use for what I do is just really, it's kind of hard to really learn and master once they know what I'm doing. Like it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, I'll pick it up now that I saw this video, and I'll pick it up today and then start implementing it today. It's like not one of those things. I think that's kind of why I hesitate to make one or to make a video like this. I guess I could do it for another method, but it's not a method that I use. If people want to know what I'm doing, I'm like, I don't think you really do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you really if you really want to. Just curious why I don't want concealment on my Heartseeker build. It's just preference. Like when I'm doing speeds, I like to, you know, kill everything along the way, or kill most things along the way. So I don't really have room to really conceal anywhere, if that makes sense. And I'm also maximum like movement speed. So like concealment would help, like if I was doing like a high tier pit push or whatever, right? Because now I want to actually skip trash mob, and I want to like make sure no one follows me and whatnot. But in like speed farming, I'm killing everything as I'm moving, so like I don't really have any time or a place where I will want to conceal to give any sort of benefit at all. But that's me though, that's just the way I play, right? At least with Poison Trap, I can at least get the benefit of an easier retribution proc with the knockdown, as well as 12% more crit chance, so I can like, you know, go a little bit more liberal on not taking crit chance on certain pieces of gear because I have more, because I have Poison Trap being triggered. That's all. Some people don't like Poison Trap, and I get it. But you mean you can do Death Trap, Concealment, Flurry, combo points if you want. It doesn't really matter. But Poison Trap is a personal preference of mine that I like. Can Rogue ever be a tank? Not this season, no. Well, I mean, you can, but you'll deal no damage. You can tank, but you won't kill. So, like you're not gonna be able to sit there and tank and deal damage on a rogue if that's what you're asking.
Use it well.
I probably salvaged that dagger, didn't I? I sure did. Probably should hit favorite on it. Oh, and I have another one. I didn't mean to salvage it actually in that. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, it's here. Okay, I didn't salvage it. All right, so a few more runs with the ring.
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
That makes sense. Why is why not topaz for items? You mean for weapons? Actually, the past couple of days I have ran topaz, but the difference is like 0.01% damage. Like I'm really not even joking. Like 0.01% difference between topazes and sapphires. So like your ultra super min maxers who would literally burst a vein for not having 0.01% more damage will absolutely go topazes and tell you to go topazes. But the actual usefulness of it is like 0. But I mean, you can do it, right? Like you can do it, but there's no like actual literal benefit for it. But sometimes I switch out or whatever. But I realize that people ask me questions when I switch. It's like, oh, is Topaz better now? And I'm like, no, not really. I just want a visual change, and they look at me side eye like they don't believe me. It's like, nah, you must know some secret tech that we don't know. I'm like, no, really. Is that am I just started set from with shift plus attack? Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just shift left click and then left click in a different direction. Like literally, that's it. I just do it really fast, so it looks pretty smooth or pretty unique, I guess. But roll is a piece of equipment with inner size full skill. You have a chance to proc a trap. Just could use that. Nope, cannot use that. You would die horrible deaths if you did that. Horrible deaths. Okay. So I guess we got the lob back now, I guess, for a little bit. Oh, I gotta change the aspects or whatever. You know what I could do though? I'm reluctant to do it. Oh, wait a minute. I rolled a barrage on that? Why'd I do that for? Yeah, I don't think I have another crossbow. I don't think so. I think that's the only one. But I guarantee you I'm out of tempers. That. Oh no, I actually do have tempers left. 5? I have 5 tempers left on this? Why? And how? Okay. Guess we'll try it. No, I'm not gonna get what I want just because I said that. Oof. Yep. Complete break. I probably should have just left it alone for a later barrage thing. Oh well. Sag. Alright. Well, that was that. Go edge masters. Put edge masters back on this. That's it, right? That's it, yeah. So 10%. I guess that works. Okay, so back to the 90s to see what that feels like now that we're back with the ring again. You make him bank today, Thomas? Game say to play Flurry? I know, right? Shadow Step, Dodge Rogue, Agility Rings, all over gear. I mean, sure. What am I going to level during the event? I'm going to do Druid and Sork as well. Jeez, all the poison. I do not miss the lob. But it is, but the ring is strong. I get AoE. keep getting like, come on, are you kidding me? Eek, that hurt. Ready for auction house. I would love an endgame marketplace, honestly. Just a new rogue just gets a respec. Respec. I think Macro said it best when it comes to trading in this game. He's like, we're in the year 2024, and still our means of trading is to go outside the game, go to a third-party website, message them on a third-party website to add them as a friend in the game to be able to exchange for a piece of gear. In the year 2024, that is how we trade. When you put it like that, I mean, he's not wrong. It's worse than the Fury. How's that even possible? Yeah, dude, this is a 2023 release game, right? But no, I mean, like the whole idea that there's not an in-game system where people can actually, you know, trade in the game that they're playing with. Where you have to go through all these loops and like you know, balance to be able to trade, you know, gear in terms of like the market is concerned. It's just baffling. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Where'd he go? Very new, my bad. Oh no, you're okay. You're okay. And deleting someone from friends list goes both ways. With someone I deleted would have me deleted from the friends list too. I don't know. Probably, right? Any patch that basic skills can use imbuement. I don't think we really need to make basic skills any stronger than what they are right now, to be honest with you. Yeah, Grim, you need to switch your specialization. That's what's happening. Did I listen to this new stuff? Yeah, I did. I saw the video of Houdini, right? I guess so. We're gonna throw a Hail Mary here. Okay, Hail Mary being Holy Bolts. So we're gonna play Holy Bolts or Rapid Fire. Target see Tigger build kill faster than Rapid Fire. Rapid Fire shows bigger numbers. Well, because well, no, actually it doesn't. The victimize proc is bigger numbers, but it doesn't crit. It's just a white number. That number is bigger than Rapid Fire's numbers for sure. Thoughts on Zarya's Poison and Jari build? It's a really good build. Very good build. He created it back in season 2, and it did well then. I don't think he really bothered too much with season 3 though with it, but yeah, it's really cool that there's another like powerful option on Rogue, especially for those who prefer to play melee. Snakes. Heathen, what's going on? I don't get any damage from Holy Bolt on this at all whatsoever. I see Holy Bolt hit targets and like it's hitting for peanuts. Shadow Frost. Yeah, at the very least, very least, it's just widen the AoE like by a bit. If it's gonna be kind of really hard to hit your target over like that. Like we're talking about like double the size of the AoE. I mean that might sound like a lot, but you got to think about the console players. You know, not being able to kind of like aim exactly where they want or whatever. Having the AoE size that's considerably bigger would be a tremendous help for console players. Guess what? Projectile dysfunction. What? What? Oh my god! Why did I not think about that earlier? On my Scoundrels Kiss rapid fire video that I did that I didn't like, projectile dysfunction, bro. That is, oh my, what? Imagine how many clicks I would have gotten off of that. Projectile dysfunction. Oh my god. Am I gonna hop on it soon and Dario poison? I can't. I don't know why. I've been asked that question a lot, but people, you do realize I have to have an Endario's Helm to run that build, right? Like, and that's an uber unique, right? And you don't really see me do many bosses, right? So I don't have an Endario's, so I can't run it. Can I show my build? It's a Maxroll build. The rapid fire Maxroll. Bro, I can't find Heartseeker +3 anywhere. Any tips? Unfortunately, I can't help you with like RNG related things. That's just RNG, man. You have to just brute force it. Keep gambling for pants if you really need it. But there really isn't anything. There really isn't much I can help you with. You know what? I'm wondering if precision is actually multiplicative now. Like the elixir or like that. It was supposed to be at some point, but like, I think this is just additive. But you know what? We're gonna roll with it for funsies. Do we know when the event actually starts? I mean, not the exact time, but I would assume between 8 to 11 hours from now. Is Venom Arrows build dead? Yeah, it is. I got caught. Sag. I have an idea how you did billions in this boat. I have no idea, but when I just put it on, it did nothing for me in this run. So I mean, maybe close quarters combat, some other particular multipliers you might have with that. I don't know. Does it scale with grenades or something? Like grenade damage or something? Something weird along that nature? Who knows? That's like the question I have to ask Ava or something. Wow, he just walked up to me and just shanked me. Rapid fire, yeah. What? Wow, look at that miss twice. And I aimed it right at him.
Need more time.
But I am definitely a little glassier. For sure. I might actually be forced to run all rubies on this,
Need more time.
rather than my usual 30-something K life. Secret grenade buff. Just Team Elmas is having a bad day. Building with rapid fire. It's on Maxroll. Maxroll rapid fire build. It's basically that. Like, I'm the author of that build. Okay. All right. So I think I'm still going to continue to play some rapid fire into tomorrow, I guess. I know the event starts tomorrow with the goblins, I think. Whatnot. Hopefully I can get some more Angel's Breath so I can roll a much better amulet, because this amulet is rather garbage for what I'm trying to do. So I think I am going to try to make this a bit stronger in general. Like, buff this as much as I can. Or whatever. Getting used to the lob, even though I still don't like it. But it's almost like you can't really deny the fact that because it has AoE, it just makes it easier to like insta give an elite that's kind of like close together or whatever. And like, it's just rough that you know that it's that way and you don't have a choice but to play around it. Hey chat, favorite sorts for general play. I'm gonna build me a Frozen Orb Sork at some point. And yeah, with that being said, I think this is if the stats are the same as the one you show and it's a different item, is it wrong? Can you be more specific? To be honest with you, I wouldn't mind if there's any useful melee build for Rogue. The Andario's Poison Rogue is actually useful. And yeah, I think that is it for me today. I actually did get started a little bit later, so unfortunately I got to go a little earlier because I do got to get up and get things done in the morning. But who are we gonna raid out to? Let's see. also need to shave, man. This is getting all scruffy. I haven't shaved since I made the I think it was the first video of this season. Maybe I'll go to someone new. How about going to Fame? But she's already been going for 9 hours now. She may not be on too much longer. Dude, the task speed breakpoints help a lot with Heartseeker. Some breakpoints are worth more than like others. But I guess for the overall things, it's really not that important. It's rare that you're ever gonna have like an attack speed roll in which isn't going to get you to the next breakpoint. So like in this game, like generally speaking, each attack speed roll will actually give you a breakpoint of some sort. In most cases, there are some cases where it won't, but that's a rare case for us. So I say for like the casual or average player, it doesn't really hold much value, because you're usually going to see at least an additional breakpoint per attack speed roll in most cases. What did I switch out for Blast Trappers the other night on the Heartseeker? Actually, I don't remember. I don't think I had. I think I took off Elements, so Elements wasn't a part of it. I need someone who can speak English. Leveling late night gaming. There's a lot of people streaming. King Condor is not a small streamer, but he has rated me before, and I have yet to rate him once. So I guess we'll go to King Condor. Usually outside of my realm of rating someone significantly smaller, but that's okay. King is pretty good it's good content. Looking to start a new character. What do you think is the strongest class this season? You're not worried about like which class you will find the most fun, just strongest. But I mean, technically speaking, if you want the absolute strongest, you play a barb, but you got your rogue to 100. Yeah, well, I guess play a barb. All right, enjoy King. I will see y'all, I guess, later tonight. Keep in mind, I will probably start my stream around 10 to 10:30 p.m. tonight because I do want to watch most of the NBA Finals or Game 1 of NBA Finals. So, just going to be honest with you. So, I will probably finish the rest of the game while having it on the second monitor myself or whatever. But I might start a little later just because I do want to watch some of that. So, first time rogue player, would you recommend a build? Probably Barrage for starters. Eventually, you probably want to go into Heartseeker, but I will start with Barrage. Anyhow, see y'all later. And as always, till next time.